another early stream. This time we're starting a couple of hours earlier than usual. Or certainly a couple of hours before the show. Last week we actually only started an hour before, but it seems like more people join us for this one than for the one later. So it makes sense to go as big with this one as possible. So kind of treating this like the normal stream, and then the one later is just a bonus ball, if you will. So we are doing 2 streams. We are doing the one that is live from the UK. I believe we're in London. I think actually it might be Wembley Arena. I was going to say I think we're live from the O2, but something in my head says it might be Wembley Arena. Wembley Arena, to my knowledge, was the venue that WWE ran their first show in the UK. It's in London. It's right by Wembley Stadium. There's a lot of bands and things that go down at Wembley Arena. But since the O2 Arena came along, Wembley Arena just doesn't really get used as much. So I think, are we at Wembley Arena? I'm pretty sure I heard us mention that we were. Let's have a look. January 16th, WWE London. Yeah, at Wembley Arena. You know, I've never been to Wembley Arena. And it's something that it's a place that I should go to, really. As I said, the arena is not that far away at all. And I'm sure it's had many, many, many renovations, redevelopments since WWE first arrived. But, yeah, it opens... When did it open? 1933. But it did get renovated in 2006. It can hold 12,500. So it's not the biggest of arenas. Hence why it got replaced by the O2. So it got replaced by the O2 Arena in London. But yeah, this is a little bit different. It was used during the 1948 Summer Olympics. I mean, come on. That's pretty sick, isn't it? The 1948 Summer Olympics went down at this place. So, yeah, a venue that WWE has run quite a few times, most notably in 1989 when they first came over to the UK. But I think it's quite exciting that it's not the O2 Arena. I'm guessing O2 must have been booked. I don't think there's anything to it than that. So, okay. That's enough chatter about O2 Arena and Wembley Arena. So this is the show that we've got on deck right here. So we have got new, undisputed WWE Champion Drew McIntyre returns to SmackDown. I would imagine he's going to get a really good reaction. He kind of calls himself and regards himself as Scottish more so than British. So, but I don't think that's going to play like any kind of part with his reaction. I think people are still going to be right behind him. And I think it's going to be a pro-Drew crowd. And there'll be plenty of Scottish people in attendance. So, you know, Drew sort of representing this part of the world. He is the WWE champion. He is a heel. So it does make you wonder. There'll be plenty of Cody fans. It does make you wonder what kind of reaction he will get. But I think it'll be very positive. Randy versus The Miz, that's the #1 contenders match. Damian versus Solo is the other #1 contenders match. Sami versus Ilja is a #1 contenders match. Matt Cardona versus Trick Williams is a #1 contenders match. Carmelo Hayes issuing that open challenge. He wants the best from the UK. So a lot of people thinking that's going to be Leon Slater. And, I think there's a good chance of that. It could be Kit Wilson as well. He's obviously got a lot of buzz because of his new entrance theme, which sounds crazy, but that is the world we live in. It is an entrance theme that's kind of very Fandango-esque in the sense of there's not a dance to it, but it's just, I think Fandango is a bit of a nothing character. He's a ballroom dancer, right, that you could totally see flopping. but because of the Fandango in entrance, like, he got really over. Kit Wilson was not that popular when he was doing its toxic masculinity stuff. He gets this new entrance music, and now all I'm seeing is people talk about Kit Wilson and his entrance theme. So, yeah, the theme music seems to have made a big, big difference to how he is perceived, how people are kind of reacting to him. So it's kind of fun, to be honest. Kind of fun. Moon Knight, shout out to you, but appreciate the support. Eric the King said, Daze, would we be interested in jumping on a radio show, TSN Radio, in Toronto to talk wrestling sometime? Drop me an email, but the only problem is that I don't have much spare time. I get quite a few people asking about, would you want to jump on this podcast or jump on here? And it's never anything personal. I just get quite a few requests, and I honestly, my schedule is the same every week, and it is rammed. Trying to get all the streams done, trying to get stuff done for members. So best way would be to just pop it in an email, drop it over to Wrestling Daze with some details, and I'll have a look. What time is SmackDown starting? SmackDown's going to start in an hour and 50 minutes. So we have started a couple of hours before. Last week only started an hour before, and it was great. Yeah, loved it. But what I noticed was that there was not as many people around for the show later. So it does feel like this is a show that people tune in for the live showing. They don't really tune in so much for the later showing. I'll shoot you an email. Thank you, my friends. Ashton said, Daze, it's Ashton. Would you ever stream TNA now that it's on AMC? I heard they got a horrible number. Yeah, I've got nothing against TNA. I've got a hair that's really bugging me, and I cannot get it for the life of me. Yeah, I have got nothing against TNA. I've just never been a viewer of TNA. So I had a few people saying, oh, you doing the debut episodes? And I was like, well, there's not really much of a WWE presence. You know, I'm quite happy with saying I'm a WWE streamer more than a pro wrestling streamer. You know, we have dabbled in NWA. We certainly dabbled in AEW. We did that for a number of years. But I'm at the point where, honestly, I just, my time is full. My time is full with just WWE stuff. There's just so much that goes on with WWE and Unseen and all of those things that it's like I don't really need to bring anything else in. So I was a little tempted to do that first show last night as a one-off, but oh my god, having seen the reaction, maybe I made the right call. I saw the on Cage match, and it's a very, very low number of responses, but at the moment it's at 1.6 out of 10. It has only had about 50-odd responses, though. So, but still not a great start, is it, score-wise? I mean, from what I saw of the little bits, it looked fine. You know, Sonya Deville, Cora Jades, AJ Styles teasing a few things, but not actually doing anything. New champion being crowned. I'm not really sure why it got such a low grade, or why, you know, I think Brian Alvarez put a tweet out saying it was, in fact, worse than NXT, and he's really struggled with NXT in recent times. So he says it was worse than NXT. So yeah, you're not wrong in saying that some of that initial reaction has been a little bit flat, a little bit negative. I wish him nothing but the best. It makes no odds to me, no difference to me. But no, I mean, I don't have any plans to do it. I think the only way that I would do it is if the NXT involvement got serious. You know, I mean, there's been a few people that have gone over, and we've done a few stories, and I've not done that either. So it's something I'm keeping an eye on. I wish them all the very best, but I feel like my plate is pretty full. Adam, hello, my friends. Welsh lads, I'm loving the early streams. Normal bedtime, woo. Yeah, normal bedtime. Adam, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, it's got its pros and its cons for me, this. It's really great because I feel like I'm speaking to some different people. There's some names in the chat that I don't recall seeing on a later stream, right? A normal stream. So I feel like it's great for us in the UK. I mean, I certainly remember whenever they would come to the UK and, if ever we would get like the shows earlier, then, brilliant. It's kind of one of those that you're like, yes, this is our time. This is that finally. I don't need to be up in the middle of the night or try and avoid spoilers on Tuesday, right? Because I haven't had a chance to watch the show yet. So, it is cool. The downside is that I'm so in a routine now. I'm so into a schedule. I'm so used to, going to bed at a certain time, getting up at a certain time, streaming at a certain time, that, when that gets switched around, it, can take me a moment to warm up. I feel okay today, actually. Last week, I felt like it took me quite a while to kind of get going. But I feel a little bit better this week. I feel a bit more alert. But, if you joined us last week and I seemed a little bit flat at the start, it's because I was still waking up. This is kind of like, I think it might have been even earlier, like an hour earlier last week. So it's 6:15 in the UK right now. And so I feel good. This is about 6:15 in the morning for me. Which, again, is not that bad, is it? There's plenty of people around the world that get up about 6 o'clock to go, get ready for work. So this is about 6:15. So actually, this works quite well. So, yeah, I'm with you. I'm feeling pretty good today about it all. Is Wembley Arena going to be sold out tonight? Well, it's a good question. I don't have that information, but there might be a Twitter account that does. WrestleTix is where you want to go. If you go to WrestleTix on X, they have a lot of info. They have info on AMC. They've got info on the show in Newcastle. Don't know if they've got any info on... Oh, no. They've got info on the March 20th Smackdown. But I don't know if they've got any info on this Smackdown. Okay. 3 days ago... Not bad. 3 days ago. Okay, so there's 12,500. Obviously, there's going to be a bit of a stage, which is going to reduce that. That means that there's just over 11,000 seats available. They had sold 9,300. That was about 3 days ago. So I don't think it's unfair to think this could hit 10,000, right? I think it could do about 10,000 by the time we get to the actual show. And they're saying the cheapest ticket available, £200. That is the cheapest ticket available. So when you look at these numbers, I mean, it doesn't seem like a crazy crowd, obviously. 10,000 is nothing that special. But it's not bad. I mean, we do shows that do 8,000, whatever. So 10,000 would be fine. But it's pretty mental when you then realize the cheapest ticket available is £200, let alone dollars. I think it'd be about $250. So, yeah, that is as of 3 days ago. Masterback said, do we think Will Hobbs debuts tonight? No, I don't think so. Because they would have had to have flown him over to the UK, and I don't think they've done that. So I think this close to the Rumble, you would save him for the Rumble. And if you didn't want to do that because you didn't think enough people would know him, then you could have him debut when we get back to, like, the US. I'm not sure. Someone got in touch to say we don't go straight to the US from the European tour. We actually go to Canada. But you get my point, over that side of the world again. I don't expect him to be on this European tour. Doesn't mean he's not. I mean, I'm having to kind of do a bit of guesswork there because there's been no word as to what show he's going to come in on. But I don't expect him to appear tonight. There's no word that he's on this European tour. I mean, there's no word that they've sorted out his name. There's no trademark for a new name that's been filed. That's normally a good indicator. Obviously, they're going to need to sort out the presentation, the music. Ugh. There's quite a bit that needs to get done. So, no, I'm not expecting to see him tonight. I do think there's a chance of seeing Leon Slater, as we said. Someone's got to answer that Carmelo Hayes Open challenge. Alex said, as someone who's off work right now, the early shows aren't affecting me. But when I was at work, they were a real pain. Yeah, I agree, But to be honest, you sort of just get used to it. So, for us in the UK, the show's there about 1 a.m. And you just get used to that. If you're not at work the next day, you got a day off, then obviously you can stay up and watch them. And that's always pretty fun, Wrestling has always had a bit of a... As a result, I've watched more wrestling... Well, I don't know, actually. I was going to say, have I watched more wrestling? Yeah, I have. Including these streams, I think that almost certainly. Have I watched more wrestling in the middle of the night than I have in the middle of the day? I think yes. Even though when I was a kid, I would watch wrestling all the time, and during the day as well. Taking all the streams that I've done, we've been live streaming since 2018. So that's 7-8 years. So, putting all of those into the pot, I think I am at the point where I can say I've probably watched more wrestling live at night at 1 a.m. than I have in the daytime. So, yeah, weird, really weird. But you get used to it. You get used to it. You get into that sort of schedule. And if you can't watch it, then you have to go to work, try and avoid having conversations about wrestling. Thankfully, that was all right for me because there wasn't really too many people at work that were into wrestling. So you would try and avoid those conversations with anyone that was customers or whatever, because I used to work in retail. And so you'd try and avoid that. So you could go back and then you could, you've either taped it or you've got it on, catch up, digital catch up, whatever. DVR, whatever. So, you'd want to try and watch it. And to be honest, it was quite good. So, you could always go back and watch it on a Tuesday knowing, yes, I've got that tonight. I wonder what's happened with such and such. I wonder what's happened with such and whatever it might be, And it's like, go back. I'm going to have that to eat. I'm going to have a beer. Going to watch the wrestling. Good times. So, pros and cons to it. Pros and cons. Reese, hello. I'm just putting the kids to bed, listening to you and just catching up with the community. Was you tempted to go to Wembley tonight, said Reese. Hello, Reese. Hope you're well, my friends. Not really. The thing with, you know me. I love hanging in with you guys and chatting with you guys. I genuinely do. I don't have to do 2 hours before the stream of talking wrestling. But I know there's many of you that enjoy hanging out, sharing your thoughts. And I'd love to provide that platform, that opportunity. And for me, it's great because, the reason the channel started is because I love talking about wrestling. I'm sure many of you have noticed I don't tend to get stuck for words when we're on this as a topic. So 2 hours before, easy street, mate. And for me, if I was to go to a show, I'd just be sort of lost. I can't say I would be bored. I wouldn't be bored, but it would be so strange now to go to a show without the community. Genuinely, I can't remember the last time I did it other than the NXT live event that I was at, which was brilliant. I enjoyed that, but we would never stream that, of course. But I can't remember the last time I went to a Raw or a Smackdown or a PLE. I'm just so used to streaming and talking about it with you guys and getting your initial reaction and getting match scores. And God, take all that away, I'd feel lost. I'd be sat there and I'd be like, just lost. I wouldn't, do you know what I mean? I like to know what people are saying, what people are thinking, the good, the bads. No, it doesn't even cross my mind anymore. I think the only time recently that I was tempted to actually, and I was seriously like, should I, was when they went to Birmingham for Raw. I think it was the same show. You might remember. It was the show where Becky was in the ring and she was like, the only good thing that ever came out of Birmingham recently passed away, right? It was that line that she says about Ozzy Osbourne that caused a bit of controversy because Kelly Osbourne got upset with her for saying that. And actually, I didn't think Becky had necessarily done anything wrong. It did feel a bit soon because it was like, I think it was just like a couple of weeks since he had passed. So, you know, maybe it's the kind of thing you would get away with saying in 2026. I don't know if it was quite the right line, but, you know, it's one of those where heels have got to be allowed to heel. And so I was personally okay with it, but I did at the time think, oh, that's a bit soon. And I was not surprised to see there was a little bit of a backlash to it, right? But that show was a show I was interested in going to because that is the exact venue where I went to my first WWE show. It's the exact venue I went to for the first few WWE shows that I ever saw. It's where I went as a kid to watch. You know, it's the arena closest to where I was born and grew up, and that is very much, you know, unless they do Stourbridge, which they're not going to because it's just a little town of 60,000 people and it doesn't have an arena, and they would never do it, right? That's the closest thing I've got to, you know, being home. So for them to do a Raw there last year really did make me go, oh, maybe this is special enough for me to go to this one. Perhaps this is one I should go to. I should be present at. And if I'd have done it, I'd have gone big, you know. I would have tried to have got the best seats possible and just had like a really great time because I never go. So to me, it's like one of those push the boat out type things. It'd be one of those where it's like, to be honest, you got to push the boat out just to get in the room now. Ticket prices are so expensive. Blimey now. I might be like, let's go big. And I might only just be able to afford to get into row Z. That's how crazy ticket prices are now. So that is one that really tempted me. But even with that, I still decided, no, I'm gonna hang out with you guys and we'll stream it instead. So no, Wembley did not do enough to grab me. Again, I don't know what it would be. Even if WrestleMania came to the UK, I don't think I would go. I would want to go to the WWE World. But, you know, WrestleMania is a weird one for me. I would have loved to have gone before I did the streaming, but I feel like these streams have ruined the way I watch wrestling now. I would be sat at WrestleMania thinking about the community and thinking about these streams and thinking about, oh, man, you know. I don't know that I could sit there and really enjoy it and be lost in it anymore. I don't know. It's weird. I feel like this thing has ruined wrestling for me. It has. But it certainly ruined me going to wrestling. Simply Better said, how do we feel about wrestling content creators who attack wrestlers on a personal level? How do we feel about content creators that attack wrestlers on a personal level? Well, I've probably got to tread carefully here because I don't think I've ever done that, but this is where someone can go, well, if you don't like them, why was it 8 years ago you made this comment, you know? And it's like, oh my God, we stream for so many hours. Could I ever cross that line at some point? I mean, I'd like to think not. I mean, my honest answer with you asking that question, and I appreciate the question, is not a fan. I mean, for me, we talk about, and hopefully, you know, it shows itself this way, that we talk about skills. So, you know, we talk about, say, Maxine. I think we've been quite harsh on Maxine recently. Not harsh, but like, you know, I've kind of told it as it is. I'm not a fan, right? She bypassed NXT, went straight to the main roster. She's someone that's having to play catch up. She's doing some extra work to try and catch up. In my eyes, when I watch her wrestle and I watch her work, she is not of the same standard as a Bailey, an Alexa, a Julia, a Stephanie, like the list goes on, a Rhea, an Io, an Asuka, a Kairi, right? She is a good distance behind those girls. And so for me, for WWE to give her a championship is strange to me, right? I don't understand it. People will say it's just a storyline, whatever. But I don't understand. Like, surely you want to put your belts on, like, the people that feel like they most kind of deserve them. I don't know, like, are good enough for them. I understand there are upsets in sport, and I understand the story was that she only really got it because AJ Lee distracted. But for me, that was that didn't make Maxine look good. You know, she won the belt because of a distraction. So she's not really the rightful champion. Like, I don't think she would have won that match if it wasn't for AJ Lee. And then, but again, you know, all these conversations are about skills. They're not about, like, the person. I'm not saying that she's a bad person or she's rubbish or commenting about her relationship or commenting on her looks. Or, you know, I get asked a few times, who do you think should be cut? I won't answer that question. I don't like that question. I don't think that... I don't think for me it's right to be talking about who should lose their job. So there's definitely things that I don't feel good about having conversations around. But I don't know, man. When it comes to, like, should this person be champion? Like, you got to give an answer. Do you know what I mean? The answer to me was no, I don't think she should. I think she should in the future. I think you could give her a tag title right now if she was in a tag team with Natalya, but I wouldn't have put the Intercontinental belt on her. You know, that's a belt that I think she should be working towards rather than, here you go. Well done. I don't know. So for me, I think it's a hard question to answer. How do we feel about content creators making things personal? Because I suppose it's quite subjective as to when it becomes personal. Like, is the conversation I've just had a personal attack of Maxine? I don't think it is. And it's certainly not intended to be. It's talking about, should that character be a champion? Blah, 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 blah. Do you know what I mean? So it's a difficult one to answer. But the headline is, I'm not a fan of people, and I'll include myself on this if ever I've done it, you know, personally going off on wrestlers. I'm not a fan of that. There are some wrestlers, like, say, Logan, that I think might be fair game, because Logan is someone I've got issues with because of the things that he's done in his life. You know, he's been caught up with a whole crypto zoo thing where people lost money, and he's still, I believe, working to try and get them their money back. There was another one the other day, actually, that he put a message out on. I don't know if you saw it. I think it dropped on, like, Christmas Eve or something like this, right? Or New Year's Eve. It was on a pretty big day where people were doing other stuff, so you might not have seen it. It was, I did wonder if he'd have dropped it at that time for a reason. But apparently, there was a company he helped kind of set up, I believe, right? From what I've read. And you could buy shares, or you could buy bits of equity in something. And then when that item sold, then everyone that had a piece of ownership would get money for it, right? And apparently there was items that sold and not all funds have been distributed. I mean, what I will say is, I don't think he's trying to scam people, right? I don't think he's trying to. I just think that he's got his fingers in a lot of pies, and I think that some of these pies are bad pies. I think that he is so fixated on making as much money as he possibly can that he is getting into bed with some really bad things that he shouldn't be getting into bed with. He's working on some projects that he shouldn't be working with, you know? I mean, look, the Suicide Forest thing was really, really bad judgment that he is paying a price for, because his reputation will never fully recover from that, in my opinion. I mean, it's been years and years and years. since it happened, and you still see people referencing it all the time, right, online. So I don't think his reputation will ever fully recover from that. That was a huge mistake, massive error of judgment, right? But then you add in like the CryptoZoo stuff, and then you add in that example that I just gave before, and you add in like the really obnoxious content that he's made throughout. He's just not someone that I care for, that I want to see or support in any way, right? He's just not someone that I want to see in WWE. He's not someone I want to see become a champion. He's not someone I want to see in matches. Like, I'd much rather invest and spend time working with other talent rather than, you know, this person that for me is questionable when it comes to his ethics, right? I mean, that's his fan base that he's messing around with. The people that are getting hurt with these kind of scams and whatever are his fan base. And I'm sure he is aware of that. And I'm sure that's something... I mean, it's like when they did Prime and they were making all these claims, and then it turned out that it had, like, what was it? Like, blooming caffeine at a level that wasn't good for kids. And you go, what the hell? That's another thing that he's kind of got involved in that has turned out to have negative connotations. It's like, this guy is just stumbling from disaster to disaster. I mean, I'm sure there'll be something else that comes up in the near future. Because he's got his fingers in so many pies. As I said, some of those pies are bad. Again, is that being personal going on? I mean, I feel like that is. But I feel like he deserves that. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're gonna get involved in scamming people and stuff like that, I mean, there's going to be comments that are going to get made, aren't there? So, I don't know. It's hard. Without examples, I think the best way I can answer this question is, I think it depends on what is being said about who, and that's probably the best way to answer it. As a gut feeling, not a fan, of course. You know, I don't like seeing wrestlers being personally attacked. I mean, I don't agree with that at all. And I'd like to think that the vast majority of the time we're talking about characters, promo skills, match skills. If feuds are good, are we excited about shows? You know, we try to keep it there. That, I mean, I have no interest in kind of personally attacking wrestlers. The only two examples that I could think of, recent examples, was Maxine, but I would still say the exact same stuff today as I did last week and the week before. I don't think she should have been champion. And Logan, and I would still say the exact same stuff because I just don't rate him as a person because of the examples that we've given. So, yeah, that's my answer. In there is an answer. It's sad if Logan becomes a champ when there's people like Mr. Perfect and Rick Rude that never got a title, said Sochronic. Yeah. I mean, do you know, it's funny you should say that, actually, because when I grew up, I grew up with Hogan, Warrior, Andre, even Shawn and Razor Ramon. I grew up with people that had big characters, right? Yokozuna, Undertaker, you know, Big Boss Man. I mean, these felt like they were larger-than-life characters, right? We obviously have found out that, you know, Warrior was a horrible person. If we'd have known that Warrior was a horrible person back in the late 90s, early 90s, late 80s, it would have affected how people had seen him. If people had found out about Hogan, and I don't know if Hogan was... I don't know if he was racist, right? He made racist comments, and I'm certainly not defending him, but, you know, his defense was that he had a lot of black friends, he had helped a lot of black wrestlers, so there are certainly comments. Certainly, I would condemn him for those comments. Absolutely, 100%. I think that he was wrong to not like, he apologized, but I think that he didn't do anywhere near enough. You know, Mark Henry famously offered to kind of take him around to certain black institutions to, like, you know, apologize and, you know, join in with some of the work that's being done, and Hogan turned that opportunity down. So I don't know. I don't know if it was a one-off thing or if he did have those views. I don't know. He certainly paid the price. I mean, the last time we saw Hogan, he was getting booed out the building, and then, of course, he passes away. As a final appearance for Hogan, it's horrible, isn't it? If you'd have told me when I was a kid that Hogan's going to get booed out the building because of comments that he had made in the future, and that's going to be his last appearance or he dies, you'd be like, you wouldn't believe it. So the truth is that, you know, a lot of these people were bad people, right? Or potentially bad people. Who knows the real truth? But with Warrior, there's plenty of evidence, right? If we'd have known about that back in the day, it wouldn't have been as magical. It just wouldn't have been as magical. These were larger-than-life baby faces that we just loved and were heroes. You know, I grew up pretending to be the Warrior. I think everyone kind of my age was shaking the ropes, running into the room, acting like the Warrior, right? I mean, this was all just what we did. You know, you'd pretend to be Macho Man, you'd do the impression, you'd pretend to be the Warrior, you know, you'd be Hogan, you'd drop the leg on your wrestling buddy, right? I mean, the generation after me were running around crotch chopping at school. That was just a little bit after me. Just a little bit after me. But, you know, there was kids going around doing the DX thing and hitting stunners and the people's elbow. And, you know, that was just a little bit after when I was doing those things. I was a bit more into putting sharpshooters on, putting on, like, you know, doing tombstones, Undertaker's tombstones and stuff like that, you know. So, but the baby faces felt like they were heroes. They really felt like they were just gods. I mean, it's the only way I can word it. In my eyes, if you told me the Warrior was a god that had come down to her, I'd have been like, yeah, I get it. Because, I mean, he was huge. He didn't look like anyone in my life. There was no one in my life, none of my friends, none of the people I would see in my day-to-day life that looked like the Warrior. He was jacked. He was massive. He had that big hair. His biceps were bulging. Whenever he spoke in a riddle that no one quite understood, but it felt like there was something there. It felt like there was something profound in there. It was probably gibberish, but you know, I feel like wrestling has gone from that to Logan Paul. And Logan Paul is so far removed from that. I know Logan's not a babyface, right? I know he's a heel, but oh my God. I mean, you know, the heels back in the day used to be Andre the Giant. There used to be Yokozuna. There used to be Diesel. You know, there used to be King Kong Bundy. Like, they used to be even the Macho Man when he had his kind of heel run, or Sergeant Slaughter, you know? Again, you go back to the golden era, larger than life. Absolutely larger than life. I mean, it was Roddy Piper was the main heel at one, right? One of the greatest talkers. He might not have been, like, jacked, but, oh my God, he was charismatic. So, and one of the greatest characters in the history of WWE. I mean, they still sell figures and stuff of him. So, Roddy Piper, King Kong Bundy, Andre the Giant, probably Andre again, maybe a little bit of $1 Million Man, right? For WrestleMania 4. 5 was Macho Man as the big heel. 6, well, was face versus face Hogan Warrior. 7 was Sergeant Slaughter. 8 was Sid, monster of a guy. And if it wasn't Sid, it was Ric Flair. 9 was Yokozuna. 10 was Yokozuna. So they were just, you know, larger than life, even the heels. And it's a shame, really, that we're so far removed from that now. Logan, to me, just feels like a kid's. that's made a lot of mistakes in his life and continues to make mistakes because he's got his fingers in so many pies. And that is, I think, quite hard for the kids to understand when we're talking about Logan and we're saying we're not crazy about him being in WWE. It's because he's just a guy who's made loads of mistakes when we used to have gods. And the thing is that those gods were the reason, or part of the reason, as to why guys wanted to get into wrestling. I think what's happened to wrestling is we used to have gods, or what felt like gods. You know, Stone Cold felt larger than life. The Rock felt larger than life. I would say Roman Reigns is in that bracket from today. I'd say Brock Lesnar is in that bracket from today, right? We've got a few gods around, make no mistake about it. We've still got some. But, you know, you go back to Hogan, you go back to Warrior, these people felt larger than life, right? And I think they inspired everyone. But they also inspired people that are mere mortals, yeah? They also inspired people that I don't think they don't have it in them to be gods. And it might be not because of them, it might be because of social media, and it might be because of the world we live in now. There's just too much information that's out there. Part of making a god is having a lot of mystery. It's about not knowing everything that goes on in their lives. It's about having a bit of distance, because then you can build them up in your mind. With Logan, we know way too much. With Logan, you know, if Logan had not done anything before WWE and then came into WWE and, you know, we didn't know much about him, maybe then he could. Maybe then he could be one of those. But we just know way too much about him. To me, he's a guy that's got a drinks brand. He's a guy that did the Suicide Forest thing. He's a guy whose content I find to be very obnoxious and never been a fan of. He's a guy that's been caught up with other scams and stuff like this. And it's like, it is so far removed from Warrior, Macho Man, Hogan, those kinds of names. Although, unfortunately, we found out more about those in recent years, and that didn't go well. So, yeah, an interesting conversation, one that probably could have a bit more time dedicated to it, but I don't want to spend too long talking about such things. How wrestling feels, you know. Okay, Connor said, Daze, would you like to see Drew, Cody, Jacob at WrestleMania 42? Or would we like to see Drew, Cody, Roman? Can I only choose between those two? Drew, Cody, Jacob, Drew, Cody, Roman. I would... I'm not a fan of triple threats, is my honest answer. I know we've had some really great ones in recent years, but I will forever favor a singles match. If ever I get a triple threat, my first thought is, I wish that was a singles match. I remember when we had Sheamus, Drew, Gunther, and, you know, give me Sheamus, Drew. That'll be amazing. I know it'll be amazing. I've seen it quite a few times, and it's always amazing. Give me Sheamus, Gunther. We did it at Clash at the Castle. It was incredible. Give it me again. Give me Drew, Gunther. I've seen that match before. That was amazing. Like, any combination of those three, amazing. Put all three in the ring at the same time. My concern is that what happens is we start doing those stupid spots where, you know, someone's going to power bomb that person whilst that person does a suplex, or someone's going to grab that person and do a German whilst that person is doing a German to the other person. Like, there's these spots that we do that just look really contrived. They don't impress me. I feel like they're built for casual fans. Like, they're just cheap pops, really. And for me, I'm just not a fan of those kinds of moments. So I always get a bit nervous when it's a triple threat, because I just think that I've seen quite a few spots that I'm not a fan of with triple threat matches, and I can always think of a singles match using 2 of the 3 that I would much rather see. So I would much rather see a singles match, is my honest answer. I think that for a championship as well, a triple threat doesn't make a great sense to me, because you're not really crowning the best, because it's just who got the pin first. Do you know what I mean? It could be that someone's down, and we've seen it quite a few times where one person will knock the other person out. They'll go to get the pin, but then the third person wipes them out and steals the pin. And so, is that person really the champ? Or were they just right place, right time? As opposed to a singles match where you've got 2 people battling against each other to try and figure out who the best is. So I feel like at WrestleMania, the grandest stage of them all, this is where you should get your Rumble in the Jungle. This is where you should get your, brawl to end it all. This is where you get that big showdown. You've built up the babyface. You've built up the heel. And this is where it all comes to blows. And we've seen some amazing matches. I mean, if you think about, Roman Cody finishing the story, how amazing that was. Like, I think I'd much favor a singles match. I think I would take, right now, Roman, Drew, as the singles match. I think there's, I think you've pulled the trigger on taking the belt off Cody, right? It's done. So if you're a Cody fan out there, I think there is a little bit of a backlash on Cody. The booking for him has been really poor, and it's actually soured a percentage of people against him. We need to acknowledge that, and we need to do some work on Cody to make him interesting again. I don't think that means heel. I just think that it means that we need to do some work, and so why not do that work now and actually go with Drew, Roman. It's kind of a rematch from Clash at the Castle, but only this time at WrestleMania, and only this time Drew is champion. I think I'd lean that way more so than do the triple threat. But what I will say is I was always nervous about triple threats, but then we've done some in recent years that have been really good. I really enjoyed them. The action's been fast-paced. It's been credible. It's been like a edge of the seat sort of thrill ride stuff. There might have been the odd moment that's been like, not sure I would have done that. But by and large, they've delivered. I mean, if you think last year, Io, Rhea, Bianca, many people's match of the year. So, that delivered. If you look at Punk, Seth, Roman on night 1, I would say that delivered. If you look at Gunther, Sheamus, Drew from, I forget which one it was, 38, 39, that delivered. So, we have had some really good triple threats in recent years. That does fill me with confidence that, if we do get the triple threat this year, that they should be able to book it and make it a really great match. But, I do worry about triple threats. I've seen so many bad ones. I've seen so many poor ones that, I still worry about. I'm still not a fan, really. I'd much rather take the singles match. Again, I think part of it is that when I grew up watching wrestling, we didn't have them. There weren't any. You got to remember I was watching in the early 90s, mid-90s, going into the Attitude Era. I think the first one we get is in the 2000s. So, like, early 2000s, Attitude Era, going into Ruthless Aggression. This was not something that was around in the Golden Era. You won't find triple threat matches. Oh, it'd be really fun if you did. If there was a stray one that had snuck in somewhere. But to my knowledge, you won't find a triple threat match in the WWE in the 80s. Maybe even, certainly early mid-90s. The first one would have been late 90s, I think, at the earliest. So it wasn't part of what I was watching when I was growing up. And then I started watching them, and there's a few spots in them that just are not for me. Taste, opinion. That's all it is. I'm just not a fan of those contrived spots that just feel a bit like, oh, why are we doing this? This is kind of taking me out of it. This just seems a bit silly. That first time I ever saw, someone in the corner about to do a superplex, the other person goes between their legs, they power bomb them, and the other person. First time I saw that, I was like, that's cool, right? But then when you see it happen again and again and again and again, you do get desensitized to it, because you start to realize this is just a spot they do during these matches. It's like, we're doing a triple threat, let's do that. And it feels quite lazy. It feels quite predictable. It feels like, oh, here we go. Time for this spot now. Like, it doesn't feel like it's part of the match. It just feels like we do it. And so whenever I see that spot, I'm like, oh, it doesn't do it for me, man. But anyway, that's my little grumble. So I'd much rather a singles match than a triple threat. So Chronic said, to be honest, I've been watching old WCW, Golden and Attitude Era. I'm telling you, the wrestling today is horrible. It makes me want to cancel my ESPN. Well, I mean, look, I think that the in-ring work, what I will say about wrestling from the Golden Era is I don't think you're going to find loads of 5-star matches there. It was a different era, right? And kayfabe was alive, and so we were trying to protect the business, and I grew up not knowing if it was real or not. I mean, to be honest, for the first few years, I didn't even question it when I was a kid. I don't think kids do. Maybe they do now, because, the cat's out the bag, you can't really hide it. But when I was growing up, I had absolutely no idea. I didn't even question it. I just believed what I was watching was legit, right? It was an actual fight. It's funny, I've said there are botches, but I never saw them as botches. My brain never said, oh, he just made a mistake. If you think you're watching a real fight, you don't think that he's made a mistake or that that's a botch. You just think that he's fallen over during a fight and, like, get back up, get back up. Your brain is like, get up, he's coming. You don't think botch. Your brain didn't think that way. The way that I watched wrestling was so different to how I watch it now. Like, it's so weird. It's so hard to explain to kids or people that are new to wrestling just how different it is now compared to when I was watching as a kid. And I thought what I was watching was real and all that stuff. So this is why I don't think you can really go back and watch those older matches and get the same feeling from them if you weren't really watching them at the time, right? Because they weren't worried about making them 5-star bangers. They just wanted them to be back and forth, contests, struggles, who's going to get the win. You know what I mean? Like, it was never really about, I'm going to put this move in, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. This is why Macho Man Ricky Steamboat from WrestleMania 3 is so iconic, because, Macho actually listed out the match. He wrote the match out in advance. We're going to do this, then we're going to do this, then we're going to do this. And I want the whole match to be, structured rather than just getting in there and just calling it. Let's plan it in advance so that we can build and we can have some close pinfalls. And I'm not saying that was revolutionary at the time, because I'm sure that stuff was going on elsewhere at the time, but it was certainly revolutionary for WWE. And so this is why WrestleMania 3, Macho Man Ricky Steamboat, is such an important match, because it kind of shows the way forwards for where WWE would, go to for those that care about the matches that they were putting on. But most of the other matches were just two guys getting in there, doing some moves on each other, struggling, battling. But their work was solid. It was more about not letting people see that you weren't hurting each other for real. And so the work had to be of a good standard, right? Whereas today, I feel like there's a lot more risk that gets taken. There's a much more varied moveset now, of course. There's a lot more emphasis on pacing, fast pace, trying to deliver a high quality match that actually it can feel more choreographed now. It can feel like you're sometimes not even watching two people trying to hurt each other. You're watching people performing a routine, a series of movements that are meant to represent a struggle, but it doesn't really. They can be like working together, and I don't know. It is different. I'm not down on the current stuff because I've kind of got used to it and I've moved with it. I'm not like one of these old guys that's shouting at the clouds, right? But I think if you are someone that has stepped away from wrestling and come back, that is something that you might notice, yes. You might notice that it feels a bit more choreographed. It doesn't feel like the struggle that it used to be. But to be honest, I've just kind of moved with it, and I'm so used to it now that I'm largely desensitized to it. But this is why when people go back and watch older matches and they're kind of critical of them and they're like, oh, they're not as good as today or whatever, it's a hard comment to make, that because it was a different time and they were not going for the same sort of things that the people today are going for. No one back in the 80s was caring about trying to get a 5-star match. Whereas today, they know that their matches are going to be rated. The match quality is something people will judge you by. So you've got to make sure that your matches are not stinkers and they're not like really boring. And you've got to, impress. And there's other people that can do other crazy moves. You want to be able to do great moves as well, hold your own. And so there's a bit of keeping up with the Joneses. And, there's loads that goes on. So, yeah, I agree in the sense of it was different back then. If you look at some of the work today, I don't think that it's as good. But then I would also argue that you can look at people like Ilja, Sami, Carmelo, like Rhea, I think is very good. I think there are people today that have got the right balance of being able to convey a struggle, convey a battle, convey, it's a lot of it comes into selling, isn't it? Do you know, I saw an interview with Stone Cold, and I think Chris said, what's one piece of advice you would give kids today if they were getting into wrestling? And do you know the one word he said? Do you know what Stone Cold Steve Austin said? Just to back up the point that I've made, right? The one word Steve Austin said was sell. Sell. Because that is how you convey a struggle. That is one of the ways that you can really get across that you are in a battle, you are in a struggle, you are in a contest, by selling, by really like gritting it. He gave an excellent example actually of Bret Hart. He said, if you watch a Bret Hart match, by the time he's, halfway through 10 minutes in, he's looking a bit disheveled. His hair's a bit of a mess. His mouth is open. He's sucking in oxygen. Like, he looks like he's pretty much shot. But he went, that MFer could go all night long. I'm telling you, Bret Hart was never shot in the ring. He could keep going and going and going, but he wanted you to think that he was digging deep. He wanted you to think that he was in a battle, in a struggle. This is why Bret Hart is regarded, or one of the reasons as to why he's regarded as one of the best, because that is a detail that is so easily overlooked in this day and age. I mean, you can all picture it, I'm sure. You can picture Bret Hart going over to the corner, trying to grab the person and pull him out the corner. He's got his mouth open, his hair's all messy. You know, this is one of the things that made Bret Hart so great. And Shawn was fantastic with his selling as well, apart from maybe SummerSlam 2005, where he went a bit OTT. But, you know, these are skills that I think they certainly teach at the Performance Center, but without being unkind, I don't think are necessarily mastered these days. They're taught, but not necessarily mastered. And we're very fortunate that we had some real masters back in the day. So I'm not going to say that, it was so much better back in my day. The point I'm making is it was different. And the people back in the 80s, 70s, they were not trying to achieve the same things that people today are trying to achieve. So to compare, I think, is not quite fair, like, you know, to go back and judge by today's standards. It's just all part of the evolution of wrestling. There are things that go on today that really impress me. There's superstars today that I love. There's matches that I love. There's wrestlers that I think are fantastic today that I think are even better than what we had back in the day, because evolution, you know, of wrestling has evolved. I mean, AJ Styles is incredible. You know, Seth Rollins is incredible. I mean, they are great in-ring wrestlers, same as Ilja, same as Sami, as I said. Io Sky, you know, you put them in the ring in the golden era, and they would have shone. They would have absolutely shone. And their work looks really good, and it looks believable and everything as well. So I don't want to paint a picture that's wrong. I mean, there's some great stuff that goes on today as well. But I can understand some people watching some bits and just going, the general standard is not quite where I would like it to be, because it doesn't feel like a contest anymore. Oof, I feel like we've had some big conversations, you know. These conversations I wasn't even expecting. So really getting our teeth into some stuff. Right. Around the Ballpark said, there's one unfair criticism, in my opinion, and that's that it's harder to tell stories in 2026, because in an Attitude Era, they relied so heavily on things that they couldn't do today. Without Attitude, couldn't beat today's products. Without Attitude, couldn't beat today's product. I'm not sure I quite understand that second part. I think, I don't want to spend too long on this, but I think there are definitely things that we did in the Attitude Era we can't do today. I think one of the big things that holds us back in that regard is that in the Attitude Era, we were not PG rated. We're PG rated now. And WWE, even if they weren't PG rated, because they, I think, could change that. They're on Netflix. I don't think Netflix would be bothered. But the problem is that if you move away from PG, you are losing a lot of sponsors, a lot of advertisers. It's hard enough to get people to watch your product. If you move away from kids and parents don't want their kids to watch, you know, you are losing viewers as well. You could make the argument that you might be able to attract more adults, and you might be able to bring in more adults, which could then replace any kids that you lose as viewers. But Mattel aren't going to be happy with the amount of figures that they're trying to sell. You know, there's lots of licenses, you know, people that make blooming quilt covers. I mean, you probably ain't selling too many of them to adults, but you're going to sell them to Johnny, who's flipping 7, right? Or Sally, that's flipping 8, you know? So those kinds of things is where WWE makes a lot of money with its license agreements and with advertising, you know, breakfast cereals and stuff like this, right? So they want to appeal to the family. They want to appeal to as wide a fan base as possible. It kind of works from a I mean, think of the kids that took their parents along to the wrestling, dragged their parents along because they wanted to see Jay, or they want to see Rhea, or they want to see Roman, and the adults weren't bothered, but the kids wanted to go, so they got tickets for Christmas. The adults went along. You know, ticket sales, sponsorship opportunities, Mattel figures, bedspreads, calendars, you name it, right? By being PG, they can hit as wide an audience as possible. In the Attitude Era, they weren't as focused on kids, of course. They were more focused on probably like 16-year-old plus, 16 to 20 people, you know, young adults. I mean, obviously there'd be adults that would get into it as well, but it was a different demo that they were going for, and that is the big change. So yeah, you're right. Today you can't do the same stuff, but it doesn't mean that you can't tell stories. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, there were stories in Friends, the TV show. I mean, like, we've got a show called Coronation Street, EastEnders, Brooksides, Emmerdale. These are on pretty much every day at like 7:30. And they're PG, right? As a result, they're before the watershed. All they do is tell stories with cast of characters. You know, it's a soap opera. And so they have people getting in relationships, getting out of relationships, weddings, murders, people losing their jobs, people having babies, you know, people having dilemmas, being in love triangles, blah, 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 blah. Yeah? And these things have been going decades. I think Coronation Street goes back to the 50s or the 60s. And it's on TV like either every day or 3 times a week or something like that. I don't watch it personally. I've seen episodes, of course, whenever I've been having dinner at times throughout my life. But I've never been an avid viewer. My grandma was, though. You couldn't call her at a certain time because Coronation Street was on. So I think it was like 7:30. You couldn't call her because she's busy. But you could call her at 8 o'clock. Quite often I'd remember my mum saying, oh, I need to call your grandma. Oh, no, it's 7:45. I'll have to just wait a minute. So, you know, the stories that can be told, you know, I'm sure you've all seen loads of comedy sitcoms, dramas that are PG rated, that, you know, doesn't mean that you can't tell stories. You absolutely can. So it's just, have we got the creative teams set up to tell those stories? They might not be the same stories. You might not be able to go as far or be as graphic, but you can still tell stories, and they can still be compelling. They can still be fantastic. Some of the best stories don't need to go that far. I mean, there's great films that have come out that are all stories that are PG rated. So, yeah, it is different, and there are a lot of people that struggle with that change. It's obviously a change that happened a long time ago now, but you know, people look back at the Attitude Era and hope for those days to return and for that energy to return. It's going to be a struggle because, you know, kids don't bring the same energy as boozed up 21-year-olds, you know? And so, you know, the Attitude Era kind of stands as a real exception. What's crazy is before the Attitude Era, WWE was a PG product. I mean, if you look at the new generation and you look at Brett and you look at like what was going on in WWF at that time, it was all PG. I mean, like you go back to Hulkamania, it's all PG. And then we get to the Attitude Era where, you know, we get an Attitudes, and that's where we, you know, move away from PG. And then after the Attitude Era, we kind of take a step down with Ruthless Aggression, and then we do go back to PG. Really, Attitude Era going into Ruthless Aggression, that was the exception. That was an exception. That was not the norm. But that's when a lot of people first found wrestling. And for them, that was wrestling. And so for them, that was the norm. And so it feels like we abandoned those ratings, when actually all we did was we just went back to what we were doing before. Attitude Era and Ruthless Aggression is an exception, and it's an exception that I'm not sure I see returning anytime soon. There was a hope when WWE was going to Netflix that it could go away from PG, but I never believed it was going to. Just because it would mean abandoning the kids, abandoning certain sponsors, what would happen with Mattel and all that kind of stuff. And so I never really bought that we were going to do that, and we never did that. But Daze, what do we think the future's going to hold for the champions, Drew and Punk? Well, it's hard to know, isn't it? Because word on the street is that Drew only got that belt in the 48 hours before SmackDown last week. So it's hard to know exactly what the future's going to hold, because I don't think WWE knew what the future was going to hold just over a week ago. Seemingly the plans changed. For me, I would not take the belt off Drew now. I think you've pulled the trigger. I would say the majority of people believe it was the right thing to do. And so keep going, right? I'm not a fan of him having a short run. I think it's okay for him to have the belt to Mania and lose it at Mania. I think that's okay. I don't think I would class that as a disrespectful run. That would be, the whole build to WrestleMania as champion. He's won it in early January. That would mean that he's got January, February, March. That's not bad. It's not like that'll give him, plenty of exposure. Gives him the whole build towards WrestleMania. Means that he walks into Mania as champion as well. But I don't know that he walks out of Mania as champion. So I would keep going with Drew. I think Drew, Cody, Jacob definitely feels like an option. Drew, Cody, Roman definitely feels like an option. Drew, Roman feels like an option. Drew, Cody feels like an option, but I don't know it's the option I would go for. I suppose right now I'm just a bit concerned that Mania's going to have a smart crowd. And right now that smart crowd is bored of Cody. So if you work in creative, if that's the plan to do Drew, Cody at Mania, between now and Mania, you have got to make Cody more appealing, right? Easier said than done, because you royally effed it, right? Well done for that. You absolutely royally effed it with making his creative so bland and making his promos so bland. Like, I sort of feel like it's going to be really hard to kind of turn that around. I don't actually have confidence that they can do it. I don't have confidence that they can do it. I don't have confidence in this creative team. We've seen some flickers and some green shoots in recent weeks. I will say that the past few weeks have definitely felt better, and there has been rumours that there's been some changes to those creative teams. But yeah, I'm really... I'll wait and see. Let's wait and see. I mean, I don't have confidence that the creative team of 2025 could do it. But in regards to Drew, that feels like the way forward. In regards to Punk, Braun has long been the rumor. But I'm not down, actually, on it being someone else, because Braun and Seth are sure to be on a collision course. I think Seth will make it back for Mania, and if he makes it back for Mania, surely it's Bron Breakker that he's going after. Surely. Seth versus Bron Breakker. And actually, I would expect Bron to win that. I think Bron winning that makes sense to me. I don't mind if Seth wins a rematch at Backlash, but I think I made this point last year. Gunther is someone that we've been building for a long time. You can't tell me that it was right for him to lose at both WrestleMania and SummerSlam last year. Those are your two big shows. I know you got the Rumble, right? But most people are just in the Rumble, so it doesn't really matter, right? But actually having singles matches, the two biggest shows of the year, WrestleMania and SummerSlam, those are your tent poles, yeah? Those are the two big shows that kind of bookend the summer. The one is in April, right as we're in spring going into summer. The other one is in August, or is normally in August, which is kind of like bang in the middle of summer as we're kind of starting to go into September, starting to move out of it, right? Starting to move into like autumn. So for me, these kind of bookend the summer. They're the two big tent poles in the year. Obviously, you got the Rumble, which is just a load of fun. Everyone loves the Rumble. Then you got Survivor Series, which just is what it is. But the two big shows, WrestleMania, having Gunther lose at both of those last year, I think was stupid. Having him tap out to Jay at WrestleMania which people still don't shut the flip up about, right, was stupid. We said it was stupid at the time. Still feel it was stupid now. And I find that like deeply frustrating because there was people saying, why does Gunther have to beat John? He's already retired Goldberg. It's like, yeah, but did you not see the stuff that we did with him that sucked, that ruined his aura? Like, didn't you see him tap out to Jay and now people don't shut up about it? Didn't you see that he lost in the main event of SummerSlam? Like, can you not see that we've hurt this guy and we've actually damaged his aura? So, yeah, he does need to beat John Cena, right? Because we need to build him back up again. And honestly, a win over Goldberg in 2025, I'm pretty sure half of you could get a win over Goldberg in 2025. I don't think it's that special. So for me, I was totally on board with Gunther being the one to beat John and actually get some momentum and actually, seemingly it has worked. Like, he is getting pretty big reactions right now. And, he's leaning into that and he feels like a significant player in the game, right? So I would say that we're in a decent place with Gunther. I don't know what the plans are for him. I would not be against Gunther, CM Punk, Gunther winning the championship. I would not be against that. I think actually we should capitalize on Gunther's victory over John, and then maybe you have Gunther defend the title against Brock at SummerSlam, because at SummerSlam we're in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and that is where I believe the streets are saying that Brock might retire. So what if we put the belt on Gunther at WrestleMania and then Gunther defends against Brock at SummerSlam and he beats Brock? So actually this year, rather than him losing at WrestleMania and SummerSlam, he wins at WrestleMania and SummerSlam, and he gets back the World Heavyweight Championship. I do feel like he probably should get the WWE title, but that just might not be in the stars right now. Him getting a world title again, us just continuing to give him stuff. It's a like a never-ending feeding machine. I mean, there'll be some people that are like, oh, he's had enough. He's already retired, John. He doesn't need more. You're joking, aren't you? This never stops. You've got to keep giving them things. You've got to keep building them up. Otherwise, they'll lose momentum. Momentum is forward progress. And the only way you continue to make forward progress is by achieving things. The idea that he's retired, John, that's it, he's good now, is like, no, what? That's not how it works. You've got to keep giving him stuff. He needs a world title. He needs to be beating credible people. Like, this is how you continue to build his legacy, build his aura, by giving him moments. He needs a Rumble win. He needs to win at Mania. He needs to win the WWE Championship. Like, you either invest in these people, and that's what investing looks like, or you don't. You have to make your mind up. You either do it or you don't do it. If you do it, this is what it looks like. And WWE seemingly have identified that, as of right now, Gunther is someone they want to invest in. And I'm not down on it. Looking at the options on the table, I think he's one of the best options they've got. Obviously, we know Oba is on the way. We know that Jacob is on the way, is, back from injury. And, we can definitely do some work there. We know that Bron Breakker is on the way. So there are others that are on the way, but I don't think Gunther is a bad option. So, yeah, maybe he could be in the conversation. If not, CM Punk Bron Breakker is the rumor. But it's just what happens if Seth comes back, because surely Seth Bron Breakker is going to be the match. JMB, a shout out to you, says TNA was abysmal last night. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, buds. I obviously we didn't watch, but I've seen the response online was negative. I saw the cage match rating, which is too short of a rating really to really get too much out of it. For me, I don't know. I've got to tell you, for me I didn't watch, right? But obviously I was compiling unseen. And so for me, I was just looking at like little clips as they were coming through. In fact, I delayed Unseen. Unseen was ready to drop much earlier than it did. But I delayed Unseen because I wanted to know if there was going to be something big at the end of TNA. So I waited and waited and waited. And there was, but it was just that Mike Santana won the belt, right? It was nothing really WWE related. So that's when I did Unseen. But as I was waiting to see what was going to happen at the end of the show, there was all these little things that kept popping up that I was like, oh, all right. It seemed from the outside like it was a fun show. So I was actually very surprised to see the reaction that it got today, because Dixie Carter was there. And as someone that doesn't watch TNA, she was a massive name from the past of TNA. I heard she got booed out the building, but like her being on the show feels like a talking point. Obviously, Sonya Deville has joined as like some sort of authority role. That feels like a talking point. Cora Jade has joined, and actually, I thought when she came walking out, she looked pretty good. She actually looked like, oh, you could get something out of her. We know that she is okay at wrestling. I mean, to me, she was never someone delivering 4-star matches, but she is not a problem in the ring. Like, she is definitely someone that you can get something out of. You know, if she can get a character that works, you know, if she can find a rhythm, then you could maybe get a tune out of her. I mean, there was high hopes for her in WWE. I'm not sure why it never worked, to be honest. I'm not sure how someone that we spent so much time investing in ended up getting cut. I mean, that was crazy. That was pretty crazy. Yeah. I mean, it felt like she was on the path to the main roster, and then all of a sudden she was gone. So I don't think that was a bad pickup. I think it's worth having a look at. I'm sure they even spoke to WWE. I mean, it would make sense, wouldn't it? If you're about to bring in Cora Jade, you would just have a word with WWE, who you've got a relationship with, and just go, listen, we're thinking of bringing her in. Can you just let us know anything, any problems that we need to know about? What was the reason why you didn't stick with her? And if the answer they got was whatever, and it felt like, okay, we can do something with that. Like, she just wasn't progressing quick enough. Okay, well, let's bring her in. Let's see if we can try a few things. I mean, obviously, if it's like she was a nightmare backstage, she was always late or anything, you might think twice then. But that might be a problem. But, yeah, I thought that was not a bad pickup, to be honest. Sonya Deville in an authority role. The new champion was a big talking point. I saw that match went 16 minutes. Perhaps it needed a little longer, another 5 minutes on it, maybe. Don't know what the match quality was like, but Mike Santana's a great in-ring worker, so I can't imagine it was terrible. So I must admit, I looked at all these things, and I was like, okay, yeah, it seems like at the very least it was fine. So today to see like 1.6 and people saying it was really bad and all this kind of stuff. And as JMB has said there, using the word abysmal, kind of going, wow, I'm really surprised at that. I'm really surprised. But it just shows, doesn't it? Being an outsider that was not watching and just seeing these like little highlights kind of coming through. It's not the same as like actually sitting down and watching the show, because the general consensus was that it was pretty rubbish. TJF said Daze, Seth in the Rumble, maybe at 29. Braun eliminates him, and that could set up a match. But before 30 comes out, 30 then is Y2J. He could have a standoff with Seth. Can we educate the community on Ric Flair and Miss Elizabeth? What do we need to educate the community on their kind of fake relationship and the pictures that were doctored and all that stuff around WrestleMania 8? Or the fact that they didn't kind of get their flowers during Wrestle feuds. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that we had just over 100, genuinely just over 100 responses, so it's not the biggest of sample size, but yeah, we did one about like who was the best managers of all time. Miss Elizabeth, she didn't make it into the top 8, so that was a bit of a shame. Ric Flair was not in the top 8 for best workers in the company history. So there was definitely some that you kind of go, oh, they feel a bit like omissions. But, it is what it is. I suppose it's one of those that I do feel so sorry for kids these days. Because if you are young, or maybe you've only got into wrestling since the pandemic or something, I just don't know how you can go back and watch everything now. Obviously, there's a lot of information on YouTube with YouTube videos that you can watch that will give you overviews of stories, and perhaps that's the answer. Perhaps rather than actually going back and watching the shows yourself, we're now at a point where that's just not possible. And instead, you've got to watch, I don't know, Wrestle with Andy, which I recommend, or other channels that kind of do overviews, because how can you go back and in fact you can't. I mean, all those old Raws and everything, there's loads missing, isn't there? There's loads and loads of stuff missing. We had it so good with the network, and that stuff is just not there now. So I think you could watch the Manias and get an idea of how special Miss Elizabeth was. But I don't know that you can really flesh that out unless you're watching, a lot of the kind of other shows from that time period. And there's just not access to those anymore. So it's like, if you're a kid now, are you going to have the time to go that far back? Have you got the resources available to go that far back? And then, obviously everyone's going to have a recency bias. I mean, it's like, I grew up listening to music in the 90s. To me, that's the best period of music, right? If I think about the 90s and I think about the amazing stuff that came, you think about Nirvana, right? Think about Oasis. You think about, Britney Spears, or, you think about, all the stuff that came out of music in the 90s. I mean, it was just such an amazing time. All of Britpop was just amazing, with the Verve Urban Hymns and Pearl Jam, and oh god, there was so much amazing stuff that for me, I just kind of look at what was happening in the 60s, and I know you had the Stones and the Beatles, but I just think that there was more energy around. I look at some of the dance music around in the 90s, and it was, oh man, it was so good. Some of my favorite albums, some of my favorite tunes are from the 90s. But that I will sit here and say that's recency bias, or it was. It was because that was when I grew up, and this is the music that was around at that time. This is what my mates were into. These are where my memories are set. And so for me, I don't have memories of growing up with the 60s and the 70s music. I can go back and appreciate it, and there's some absolute amazing stuff from those decades. But if I was to compile a list of my favorite ever albums, it's going to be a lot of 90s, 2000s. And I would imagine if you're growing up now, a lot of people would say the best music is now. It's 2020s. It's Taylor Swift. It's Sabrina Carpenter. Yeah. It's the stuff that's coming out now is the best it's ever been. And I would imagine that when it comes to wrestling, people are going to look at what they've got now, and they're going to say Seth is the best and AJ Styles is the best. They're not going to think about Ric Flair. And they're not going to think about some of those workers from back in the day. It's just the way of the world, isn't it? It's the way of the world. They're not going to think about those, as time goes by, those names go further and further into the past. I always think about that. Could you name one person from the 1500s? I don't know if I could. History's not my strong point, but if you think about how many people were around in the 1400s, the 1500s, I could guess at Shakespeare. I don't know when he was around, to be honest. I'm not very good at history. It is not my specialist subject. So you think about that, and you're in hundreds of years' time, if you was to say to someone, could you name a wrestler from the 1900s? I wonder if people could do it. If we were sat here in the year, 3000, and someone said, can you name a wrestler from the 1900s? I wonder if they could do it. Because to be honest, if I was to ask people here, can you name one wrestler from the 1920s, which is not that long ago, right? Can you name one wrestler from the 1930s, which is not that long ago, right? I don't think everyone could do it, to be honest. So it's just time, innit? As time goes by, we all just fade to a distant memory. Jesse, hello, says, I hear endless praise for Roman. I do like him a lot. Sometimes I wonder why, because he hasn't been around all that long, but I respect the tribal chief. Well, it's funny, actually. I don't know if you was here earlier. We were talking about how wrestlers used to feel like gods. And we were talking about Warrior and Hogan and Andre the Giant. I actually think Roman Reigns fits very well into that world. I think Roman Reigns could be in the main event of those WrestleManias. Hogan, Roman, you absolutely could have done that. Any of those WrestleManias. If Roman was a heel. Because he's got a good size to him. He's pretty jacked. He looks, like a god. I mean, he looks like flipping Aquaman or whatever, He's got that same vibe, that same sort of energy. And so he's got that aura as a result. Took a little while to nail it. When he was a babyface and, he was kind of doing suffering succotash and big dog and these kind of things, and the crowd are sort of not on board because he's being pushed and we didn't want him forced down our throat. It's like the fans, when it comes to baby faces, the fans like to be involved as to who they want to get behind, and they don't like people being shoved down the throat. And actually, I think Cody is suffering a little bit of that because we wanted him to finish his story. And then as soon as he finished his story, that's when the work really began. Because, that's certainly when the creative needed to begin. Because Cody finishing his story was easy, right? It's an easy story to tell. You can tell it. I can tell it. Anyone can tell it, right? That's Cody just trying to become champion because his dad never was, because his brother never was, because no one in his family ever was. And the Rhodes family is a very proud wrestling family. So, yeah. Easy to tell that story, right? But then after that's done, it's a lot harder then, because then you've really got to start digging into some actual stories that can't just be about trying to win a belt, right? Or trying to keep a belt. You need some actual stories. That's where the creative really needs to get going. And it didn't. And so, they dropped the ball, as we all know. And I think that now it's got to the point where Cody has become a bit stale. He's become a bit boring. The creative is what I blame for that. I think Cody can have a bit of blame as well. I think that he could have reinvented, but I don't know if he's not been coming up with ideas and they've just been getting shot down. I don't know what goes on behind the scenes. So that's why I can't give him too much grief. But either way, it's happened. And it feels like, he's now being the guy that WWE are getting behind. And of course, there's resistance that's built up to that. So the point I'm making is that Roman's aura, it wasn't there when he was a babyface. It wasn't quite correct. They hadn't quite found the X factor. But as soon as they put him with Heyman, as soon as he returned heel, as soon as we got going with the bloodline, done. Over. Game over. Amazing. The aura was there. Don't give a flip what you think. I don't have to give a flip what you think. I'm the man. This is my world. I'm the tribal chief. Oh, people fell in love with it. Absolutely fell in love with it. And I think at that point, from that point, yeah, he became, one of the greats, one of the gods. He stands alongside Warrior, Hogan, Stone Cold, Rock. No problems. I've got him S tier. I don't know that he was before the heel thing. I think there was just enough there for you to go, it's not quite right. I know that he's done a lot, and he's been champ a lot of times, and he's been main event of WrestleMania, and he's absolutely going to go down as one of the biggest names in WWE history, but it's not quite right. There's something missing, and then boom, they found it, and now that cements him as S tier for me. So that, for me, would be why he gets the support that he gets. I think he is one of those superstars that was bred for this, you know. He's one of those larger characters that he's certainly got my support. I'm a fan of Roman Reigns, a big fan of Roman Reigns. As I said, anyone that you can sort of picture being in that golden era is always going to get a thumbs up from me. So yeah. Imagine if Roman never got that time off from WrestleMania 36, said Kader. Yeah, we may never have done it. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Big Time said, have you seen that cage match rating for TNA? It was a poorly received show. Yeah, I mean, it only had, I think, 40-odd responses, 44 responses, something like that. Again, you have to take it with a pinch of salt, but it does give you an indication as to how that show was received, and it was not received very well. So, yeah, I don't know. I can't really comment, can I? Because I didn't watch. I don't know what TNA fans were necessarily looking for. I don't know what surprises would have, you know, blown their minds, whatever. If that is a true reflection as to how people feel, that's obviously a great concern, because it does sort of imply that people might not tune in next week, which is, you know, I think you was always going to get a lot of interest in week one, and it was always going to decrease. But if people have tuned in and it really has underwhelmed, then, you know, that decrease could be quite harsh. So I'm really interested to see what the rating comes out as. I think we all are. I have no idea. I don't know. You would need to have knowledge of the TNA ratings. You would need to have knowledge of how much bigger AMC is compared to where they were before, which I think was that Access. I don't know. You'd need to know kind of what the show in that time slot was doing to give you a rough idea of ballpark-wise. I don't have any of that information. I don't know that information. I haven't seeked that information. So it means, I just don't know. I mean, I think they were doing 100 and some thousand before. I feel like this is a bigger platform. I think it would be crazy for them to double the number, but I don't know how much bigger this platform is. I mean, I suppose, I just don't know. I don't know. I would be nothing but guessing. I am expecting it to be a 200 and some thousand, but it could be 170. That sort of range is what I'm expecting, but I cannot base that on anything other than that would be a pretty big increase compared to where they were. But I do believe this to be a big change in network, so we should see a big increase. So, yeah, I don't know, something around that ballpark. I'm certainly not expecting 500,000 or 400,000. I'm not expecting this to rival Dynamite. I'm certainly not expecting it to rival NXT. So that just gives you an idea. 170. Let's go with that. 170 is what I'm expecting. If it comes out 230, brilliant. I think they've done well. 250, great. 300,000, I would be stunned. But then you do go, well, this is the first episode. It is going to be big, and it will then go back down again. So, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really interested to see what it's going to be. I don't know. Without all those numbers and that information, I'm just fumbling in the dark, yeah? Like a 15-year-old on a date with a girl, and we've gone to cinema. I'm just fumbling around in the dark. William, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Daze, I can confirm that AMC had some Christmas movies on December that were doing about 600, 800,000. Well, that's much higher than I was thinking. I don't expect them to get that. A Grinch movie did $1 million on that aired TNA, it's 3 million less homes than USA. Well, let's see. I'm expecting 200,000. That's where I am. I think if there's a big increase from that, I will be very, very impressed. Very impressed. Let's see what the number is. Because honestly, if they're getting 300, 350, they're, I think, might even be beating Collision. And they are getting closer to Dynamite. Because Dynamite has been around the 400,000 range. You know, all of a sudden, if TNA is going to be around that range, that you might... I'm not expecting us to have conversations about who is getting the better ratings, AEW or TNA. I'm not expecting that. And maybe I should be. But if they do start being up there competing with AEW, that could be quite exciting. Because there'll be a new battle, a new ratings battle that won't involve WWE. It'll be TNA, AEW, trying to battle out to see who the second biggest promotion is. I'm not anticipating that. I'm thinking TNA is going to remain firmly in third place, but they will have closed that gap compared to where they were. So I don't know when the ratings are out for that. I don't think it's today. What day is it today? Might have to wait until Monday or something. Don't know. Brandon said TNA is a die-hard kind of promotion. Why hasn't TV, who haven't had TV in 5 years, people who watch wrestling need to have the channel? The reason I'm only here every week is because I don't have USA, says Brandon. TNA is a die-hard kind of promotion. I would agree with that. And they haven't had TV in 5 years. Yeah. People who watch wrestling need to have the channel. Yeah, again, it's where I'm quite happy to hold my hands up and say I'm fumbling in the dark on it because, I don't know, if this was WWE, I would have done a bit of research into it, but it's not. So I don't know how many homes have AMC and all that kind of stuff. To be honest, I'm not massively bothered because I'll just wait for the number. And when the number comes out, then that'll tell me everything I need to know rather than, like, you know, worrying about trying to figure it out or speculate, which I've given zero thought to. I'll just wait for the number and then we'll see what kind of conversation we have coming out of it. So, yeah. But what I'm not anticipating is that it's up there with AEW, but yeah. This is the side of the business that many people don't really care about, to be honest. They want to talk about who's Roman facing at WrestleMania. They're not really interested in what ratings TNA is going to do, but I've got a little interest in it. Harmon said, I think Triple H should book an emotional feud for the Wyatts and MFTs. Now that Solo took the lantern, the Wyatts could be fighting for the legacy of Bray at Mania. Not sure. I'm not sure. I think you can fight for the lantern. And I think you can make out that it's a very important item. Because that was my brother's. And I don't think you necessarily need to go further than that. Because that's... I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? That's my brother's. I mean, we can all relate to that. You know, that belonged to my dad, who's no longer with us. That belonged to my brother, who's no longer with us. That belonged to my mother, who's no longer with us. Whatever it might be. I think that pulls on the heartstrings and makes a lot of sense. I don't think you need to necessarily fight for the legacy of Bray or anything like this. Because all of a sudden then, I think you're starting to get into supernatural stuff maybe, or not, maybe not supernatural, but like I've seen people wondering if like Bray's essence is in the lantern and all this kind of stuff. I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. One of the reasons why I wouldn't go there is because we haven't been going there. You know, the Wyatt Six have just done nothing storyline driven in the sense of like really digging into the characters. So to go from nothing to that feels like we're going from 0 to 100. you know, if we'd been doing Funhouse and we'd been telling a story and painting a picture, and part of that story, part of that picture was that Bray's essence lived in the lantern, maybe I'd be a bit more open to it. Perhaps I'd be a bit more, okay, we can do something here. We haven't done any of that. We haven't done any of that whatsoever. I just feel like this is a group of people wearing masks. That's kind of how they come across, really. There's no... I mean, I saw Uncle Howdy get pinned in AAA. I saw Uncle Howdy take an L. And you kind of go, well, they're not really protecting him as, like, this anything special. There's no Firefly Funhouse or anything like that, so... I don't know that I could go with a Bray Legacy thing, but I think you can easily go with that was my brother's. I'm getting it back. And you can build something around that. I think if we want to make it bigger and we want to go further, I think we can. I'm not saying we can't. But I think there's a lot of work that would need to be done to support that. Work that we just have not had any evidence that they've done or have plans to do at the moment. So, yeah, we'll have to see kind of what we do with the Wyatts after this. Does this feud go all the way to Mania? It could. I mean, it absolutely could. I don't know that that's the plan, or if this is just a short-term thing, or I don't know what the plan is. I could see it going all the way to Mania, though. I don't know what we would do. Maybe like a big street fight or something. Maybe stadium stampede type thing could have been interesting. You know, where like they fight all just like it's just street fight, but it just goes all around the arena. Actually, I think that would have been quite good. Actually, like a stadium stampede. I will give AEW some praise for that, because that's not something WWE have ever really done. That's where it's like a street fight involving a lot of people, and there's like you don't really quite know where to look because there's stuff happening over here, there's stuff happening over there. It needs a lot of work and a lot of choreography so that you can really get everyone's attention where it needs to be. Because, you know, you might have someone over here fighting and someone over there fighting, and people don't know quite where to look. So you need to sort of shepherd people, like, and get them to focus where it needs to be focused. I've only ever seen a couple. I saw the first one that was in an empty stadium, which I was not a fan of. And then I saw another couple when there was people, which I was more on board with, and I thought was very interesting. AEW have done some interesting stuff, actually. I'll give them that one. I thought that was quite interesting. MFTs against the Wyatts in a WWE version of Stadium Stampede at WrestleMania. It's not really a criticism I necessarily agree with so much in this day and age. Not when we're seeing Oba coming through and Trick coming through, Javon coming through, Carmelo coming through, Bianca having great success, Jade having great success. I sort of look at it that it's still not where we would like it to be, but, you know, that's a process that takes time, and I can see a wave of just incredible black male talents coming through. I mean, if you look down, we've got like Keanu Carver, who has just been signed. Eli Knight has just been signed to NXT. So, you know, we've got some interesting prospects there. Jasper Troy in NXT as well needs a bit of work, but I think we've got Jada Parker as well around. Like, it feels like we've got some great talent around. I just think that some of that talent, like Obafemi, who's going to be undeniable. There is so much excitement around him, and rightfully so. I just don't see how he's not going to be a multiple-time world champion. I don't see how Trick Williams is not going to be a multiple-time world champion. But, you know, it takes time for these people to kind of come through, and for us to, like, you know, get... And we're working with Carmelo, you know, mid-card champion. I think he's got a really bright future. I don't really understand, to be honest with you. Like, you criticize Triple H for him not pushing black male talent. How does that reflect in a tryout? Do you know what I mean? This is so far down the food chain that it doesn't make any sense to me. Not when you've got like such amazing talent that's coming through. People are criticizing WWE for not having more black champions throughout its history. That's totally fair, right? Totally fair to do that. Should have had more black champions. But how does that reflect in a tryout? Do you know what I mean? Like, that's like, people want results now. The conversation's being had now. Why was there not more black champions in the history of WWE? You know, people are criticizing Triple H's booking now. Like, people are talking about it now. It's not about tryouts of people that are going to take 4 or 5 years to get to the flipping main event scene. Do you know what I mean? What we meant to do? Sit here and go, well, don't worry. Yeah. John, who just signs, just had a tryout. He'll be ready in 5 years. So, I don't know. It doesn't really make sense to me. That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, if we had a black male talent who was constantly being overlooked in the main event scene, now, that's a conversation I could understand. But, like, there's loads of people coming into NXT that's black. There's loads of people that come through Evolve that are black. There's loads of, like, black talent around. I just said, Javon, Trick, Oba, that wave, they're all black male talent. So I don't feel like... It's not like you look around in developmental and it's all just white people. So I don't really understand it. It was a thing that I was like, I don't understand this quote. I don't really understand. I feel like the criticism isn't that we're not hiring black people. The criticism is that we haven't had enough black champions. So I don't really get how the tryout thing's going to change that. We ain't gonna hire someone at a tryout and make him a champion later this year, world champion later this year, are we? And you can say, yeah, but what about the future? Well, I'd go, well, I'm sorry, are we just ignoring Oba and Trick and Javon and Carmelo? Like, if we're going to talk about the future, we've got people in place for the future. So I didn't really get it. I didn't really understand. It's one of those topics that, you know, is it sensitive? I think you've got to be, you know, careful. I don't feel like I need to be that careful because I'm in agreement that there should have been more black champions. So I don't feel like I need to tread too carefully. I'm like, yeah, I agree. But I just don't get what the tryout thing is about. It doesn't really make sense to me. Not when we've got enough really good black talent coming through that is going to be have great success. And if they don't, if Oba never becomes the world champion, well, you know, we definitely need to have a conversation at that point. Unless he gets injured, of course. Or something like that. But yeah, I'm expecting big things for Oba. I mean, Oba is someone I'm thinking could be like, not just a world champion, but like the guy. Trick Williams could be the guy. I mean, his aura is amazing. So very exciting times for all of those. Right. Let's get this lined up, shall we? Yeah, I did see that. I think that'll be in Unseen. It was like, I saw some of the comments to it as well. A lot of other people were like, I don't really understand this. Someone was like, there is no way that anyone said these words to Dave Meltzer. There is no way. I was like, I don't know if they did or if they didn't. Maybe someone did. I don't know. But it did strike me as being a bit strange. It's not London. It's Montreal. It doesn't make sense to call it a European tour. They're in London tonight. This is in London. Robbie said, do we think that WWE agreed for AJ to appear on TNA because they wanted Leon Slater for the European tour? Oh, like a trade thing? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'd like to think they would have allowed it anyway, so I'd like to think it wasn't that because, you know, AJ should be allowed to go to blooming TNA. So, you know, I mean, maybe it was a bit of a deal, but I'd like to think that they allowed it anyway. I got to tell you, if TNA fans are a bit upset with WWE over the Leon thing, I understand. I can't really defend that one, to be honest, because it's great for Leon if he's going to be on the show now. I mean, that's great for Leon, but yeah, I understand that he's an amazing talent that is contracted to TNA. That was a massive show for them last night. I'm sure they would have loved to have had him. So, yeah, I mean, if we gave them AJ, then I would say, yeah, that's cool. But we should have given him anyway. I don't know. There's a couple of things, not many, but there are a couple of things that I would agree with TNA fans on having a grumble about, you know? And that would be one, like Leon not being available for that show last night. But we might be about to see him now, and this would be fantastic for him if he's going to be on SmackDown, you know? And maybe fantastic for TNA, because I'd imagine if he is, they'll get mentions. Maybe even their show will get mentioned, you know? My God, this is one of the hottest British prospects in the world. He's a TNA talent. He's their X Division champion, and a big congratulations to TNA. Had a fantastic show last night on AMC. I mean, if they're going to get that kind of recognition, then on SmackDown, then, you know, maybe that'll make up for it. If I'm WWE, I feel like I do owe them a little bit of something here, yeah. Okay, show is about to begin. We are in the UK. We are in London town. There we go. Actually, that doesn't look too bad, does it? That looks okay. Hey, 1, 2, 3, 4. Wembley Park. There's the underground. I know that woman. That's Barbara. Wembley Arena. Guys, this was used during the 1948 Olympics. That's a fact. There is Randy Orton. Randy Orton is in London. He's going to be taking on The Miz. Guys, there's a London forklift truck. There's the London weather. There's The Miz. The Miz is in London as well. There's Damian Priest. Damian Priest is in London. Three, four. There's Solo and the MFTs. They're in London as well. Damian Priest, Solo, Sikoa. So we got a lot of qualifying matches going down tonight. Matt Cardona. He's going to be taking on Trick Williams. Trick Williams is in London. Let's go. Let's talk about it. He could have come round for some tea. Oh, Ilja could come round. Ilja against Sami. Sami could come round. I mean, I'm a few hours from London, but... There's Sami. I wonder if that ever happens. You know, if they come to the UK, I wonder if any of the UK talent are like, why don't you come round my mum's? Have like a proper nice hearty meal. Get away from it, you know. We'll put on a nice spread. And if I was a superstar, I'd do that. But like, come round my mum's. It's only like, you know, an hour or so away, and have a nice proper cooked meal. Good hearty meal. Better than sitting in a restaurant and, you know, being out in public. Come round. Okay, we just got a recap of what went down last week. It would take me about 30 minutes, says Miss Clown. Miss Clown, shout out to you. Is this a joke? Why is SmackDown not on Netflix if it's in London? It's on Netflix in the UK. It's not on Netflix in America because in America, USA Network have got the rights for the show. So, you know, they pay a lot of money to have the exclusive rights in America. Orton should have just been given a bye in the tournament. He's facing The Miz, said John. Daze, hope you're doing good. How do we feel about the UK banning Twitter? If they do ban it, what would it prevent Unseen? How do I feel about it? I'm not really thinking about it, to be honest. It's one of those that's kind of being mentioned, but I feel like there's probably quite a few things that needs to happen before we get to that. I'm not strongly against it, to be honest with you. I sort of feel like there's this whole conversation about freedom of speech. But, I mean, if there are, like, images being created of youngsters and stuff, I mean, like, there's no place in the world for that. And I don't know if, like, Elon's putting some stuff in place to prevent that from happening. To be honest with you, if he's not going to, it's really hard for me to sort of not be in agreement with it being banned. I don't really see why that should be allowed. Yeah, I don't know. To me, it seems pretty reasonable to think that that is a red line, you know? Call me old-fashioned. I'm not sure that's a hot take. I would pretty like... I'd like to think we're all on the same page on this one, yeah? I'd like to think whichever side of the spectrum you are with your political beliefs, we can all unite and come together in agreement that, you know, that kind of stuff definitely should not be happening, and there is evidence that has been happening, so I think it's right that there's concern. So, I don't know. I feel like there's a long way to go before, you know... I think if enough countries come together and kind of say, no, we'll ban it, I mean, Elon will surely have to do something unless he just doesn't give a flip and, you know, just stands his ground. But, yeah, we'll see. Will it change Unseen? Well, it'll change it. I mean, we'll just have to compile it a different way. Or I could just use a VPN. Might just do that. Okay, we got, look at this. The bagpipes are playing. It reminds me so much of Rowdy Roddy Piper. But look at that. The bagpipers are performing as our new undisputed WWE champion is about to emerge at Wembley Arena in London just 7 days after his victory in that 3 stages of hell match. This is a big open. This is a big entrance. And a great reaction, as you can imagine. I know that he is a heel, but he's from Scotland. Technically represents Britain. And I'm sure there's a lot of Scots and a lot of Brits that are going to feel very proud of what Drew has achieved from these shores, bringing that WWE Championship to the UK, and is getting a great reaction. Crowd are chanting away. Drew is drinking it in. Tell you, it's going to be a tricky one, this, because what kind of reaction is Cody going to get? I've waited 33 years for my first show. That sign just says. Here he is. Oh, okay, there's a couple of Cody fans there. Couple of Cody fans. You can see there's a kid in a Cody jacket. Maybe Cody's going to be all right here with getting some crowd support. I don't think it's unfair to say, though, it's going to be mixed at Best, a Cody sign. Yeah. This is going to be quite pro-Drew, I'd imagine. Great entrance, though. Drew making his way down to the ring. He's taking his time, so he should. He's about to get in the ring. That video of him in Glasgow was awesome, said Tony. Yeah, the Flower of Scotland stuff was really cool, wasn't it? I'm just going to have a little criticism. Just a little moan. Tiny. We never gave him the WWE Championship at a PLE in Wales. Massive builds. You know, absolutely huge. But we did it on a SmackDown. And then he had a moment in Scotland that was not televised. Like, I sort of feel like a lot of people have waited for this. He has waited for this. Has the payoff been big enough? You know, this is a moment that he's not had that belt since the pandemic. He's had the World Heavyweight Championship, but he's not had that one. And that is the top title. In fact, I mean, this is a real moment because he's the UK's first WWE champion. And when he won it before, it was during the pandemic when there was no people around. This is the UK welcoming home its first ever WWE champion. And it's all sort of played out quite small, I would say. Or about as small as it could be. I mean, it would only be smaller if it was done on a house show. You know, this isn't that he's won it at WrestleMania and now here he is. You know what I mean? It's like it happened last week in a 3 Stages of Hell match on a SmackDown. He's been to Scotland, which was a live event. Now here he is on another SmackDown. And this is like a pretty big moment for UK wrestling. That would be my little gripe. Just a little gripe. Could it have all been done a bit bigger? These fans don't care, though. We're still going. Blimey now. He goes over by the fans. Big smile on his face. Every time he holds it up, there's big cheers, of course. Okay, Drew in the ring. I tell you the other little grumble. He won the belt in the first fall because of a low blow. He won it in the third fall because of Jacob. So, you know, he's got the belt, but is he the champ in people's eyes? He's the champ in their eyes. But not a single fall did he win clean. I prayed for this and it happened, says Drew. Crowd chant, you deserve it. I'm not sure that kid in the Cody jacket is joining. Surely he's gonna babyface this. If there's someone that can bring us together, it's the undisputed WWE champ. He always calls himself Scottish. And here he is now calling himself British. I just want to say, oh, he has turned his back on people. Okay, he is healing it up. When I was fired, where were you? Ah, I'm actually impressed. I thought he was going to really babyface this. Now the crowd start chanting CM Punk. There's only one person I need to thank. Is Vince. Oh, it's him. There's only one person that ever believed in me. Well, Vince believed in you because you was the chosen one for a short time. How quickly they forget. He should have been a face, said Ryan. Cody, I know you're backstage. Okay, the gods. I do find it a little bit embarrassing, just a little bit embarrassing, how quickly the tunes get changed. It is embarrassing. Him getting a lot of love and people singing his name, and then as soon as he says screw you, all of a sudden it's Cody Rowe. I remember ages ago, fans got accused of being fickle, and I was like, no, they're not fickle. There will be no rematch. And now there's a cheer that there's no rematch. The vanilla QB1 era is over. Well, let's hope that's true. Let's hope that's true. Here's Randy. They talk to me. Here's Randy. RKO everybody. No rematch for Cody. Here's Orton, says Edwards. Fans are hijacking the show. It's main character syndrome. No loyalty, just vibes, said Mick. Yeah. Yeah. You could be correct. Just vibes. Randy is making his way down to the ring. Whoa. He goes up to a kid that's got a sign that says RKO everybody. And he's like... Oh, that kid. Randy was like, do you reckon I've got it? He was like, yeah, you've got it, man. You've got it. So this is probably going to take us from Randy into The Miz. He's got a match with The Miz. That would make sense. It'll be our opening match. There'll be a few words exchanged. Miss Clown said that kid was like, yeah, go on. The advert in the ring is for general insurance. I don't even think we have that in the UK. Pretty sure we don't. Signed in the crowd said Foley is God. Let's go. I love Netflix time. Okay, Randy is in the ring. I assume you've come out to congratulate me. I don't think he has, you know. I don't think he has. I think you and all these people know we don't like each other. We don't like each other one bit. Crowd are chanting RKO. I ain't getting an RKO. It's chanting RKO. You might get an RKO on The Miz. I can't see you getting one on Drew. Drew, I think, just took a step back there. I've beaten you for that title before. And I'll do it again. RKO. RKO. Jacob. Jacob. Here's Jacob. Oh, Drew looks a bit worried about this one. This could be really interesting because we need some answers as to who attacked Jacob. And it feels like Jacob came out and went straight after Drew, and now he's coming back out again. Jacob making his way down to the ring. He comes in, bang, goes after Drew, down goes Drew. Jacob going straight after Drew. We're continuing where we left off last week. Jacob obviously playing a major part in Drew getting that championship. Shots coming in there by Jacob. Drew going into the crowd, running away. Jacob going after him. Randy left alone in the ring. Randy is scheduled to have a match with The Miz from behind. Boom! Skull crushing. So this is going to be our match probably after the commercial break. We don't hear from Jacob, which is a real shame. Obviously, we want to find out a bit more about who attacked him. We believe that person to be Drew, of course. Felt that last week. Feels that way this week, but still want to hear what Jacob has got to say. But, yeah, I mean, everything seems to be pointing towards Drew being the one. I would imagine that means that Drew-Jacob is going to be a match we're going to get at some point. Maybe Rumble, maybe Elimination Chamber. Drew revealing that Cody is not getting a rematch. Not anytime soon. So, a little bit of an update, if you will. We are at commercial break right now. I hope they don't do a boring thing and just make it Drew as the one that attacked Jacob, says Robbie. It feels like that's the direction we're going. To be honest, it felt that way last week to me because Jacob came down and went straight after Drew. He only put his hands on Cody when Cody put his hands on Jacob. I think Jacob was in, I'm going to murk people mode. And, you know, I want Drew. Anyone that's going to get in my way, if you're a security guard, another wrestler, flipping anyone can get it. And it felt like Cody made the mistake of putting his hands on Jacob as Jacob was trying to get Drew. So it feels like that is the direction, but I don't know. You never know if WWE hasn't got a little swervy swerve up their sleeve. Okay, we are at commercial break. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. I'm glad that AAA event is going to be on at 10 p.m, says Tony. I need Liv to win the Rumble, says Anna Shuni. That kid in the crowd was so pumped. said Maggie. Daze, you like being behind? Oh, I don't know. Is it behind? I don't know. I'm watching it on Netflix. I could imagine it's behind because Netflix obviously is through the internet. There's going to be a slight delay with that. But then not only that, you got YouTube putting a delay on the stream as well. So not much we can do. It's obviously different when you're watching it through TV compared to the internet. The internet has a slight delay added to it. So, tis what it is. Metal Mama said, can we get Bianca back? I need one of the girlies back. I never thought that a finger injury would take out one of my faves for like a year. Well, she didn't think she was going to be out for a year, but she was saying that the reason why it's been so long is because she couldn't bend a finger. It wasn't just like a broken bone in the finger. It like completely wiped out her movement in the finger and everything. Like yeah, I mean, it's like, it's the knuckle, the joint, the tendons. She effed it all up. She didn't do anything by half. It's crazy, isn't it? That like I completely agree. A finger injury resulted in such a lengthy absence. It is crazy. Okay, I feel like we are underway with the match. There's a sign in the crowd that says Kathy Kelly forever. Kathy Kelly says hi, brackets in a British accent. Right, boom! Randy gets planted on the commentary table. Miz posing away, doing the Randy pose. Randy getting thrown in the ring. Joseph Hunt, shout out to you, my friends. Oh, Mrs. I don't know what we're chanting. It's like, oh, Mrs. something. Oh, Mrs. something. Okay, shots coming in. Shot there by Randy, driving the Miz back to the corner. Oh, Randy going hard into the corner. Miz over the other sides. Miz doing well here, considering we was expecting this to be pretty one-sided, but he did jump Orton, of course. Orton back into the match now, though. Going over, grabbing the Miz. Miz on the outside of the ring. Orton standing over him. Looking for a drape DDT. No joy. Randy goes out the ring. Kick coming in. Boom! Miz is feeling the effects are being planted on that commentary table. Bah! Slam down again. Crowd are chanting one more time. One more time. One more time. One more time. He's been slammed on that commentary table a few times and boom! One more for the Rhodes. Nice. Maybe I think Bianca could play it better than Charlotte, says William. Poor Bianca. However, she's got the money. She could get someone to do it for her. Do what for her? Bah! Draping DDT. So, Randy Miz. Pretty straightforward affair, this one, isn't it? Pretty straightforward. He's going to that dark place. England. Britain. He's in that dark place. Skull crushing. Boom. Fair play. 1, 2. Oh, could you imagine if Miz beat Randy? That would not be very well received, you know. I'm just saying, I'm telling it like it is. Cutting costs, dumping Netflix and USA, but I'm adding wrestling days to my guilty pleasure. Oh, I'm a guilty pleasure. Joseph, shout out to you. I love being a guilty pleasure. Joseph, shout out to you. What do the Miz's shorts say? Mr. Inspiration something. His shorts. Oh, I'll tell you what they say. Marked, deaded. That's what they say. Because he just got deaded. Randy Orton picks up the victory with an RKO. I am going to be brutally honest. I didn't give a flip about that match. I totally expected Randy to get the win. It was just, when was it coming? I don't think that's anything special. Whoa, look at it. Well, Randy has qualified. Big breaking news. Oh, Joe says that was some beautiful eye candy. Joe likes what he's seeing. Joe is a fan of what he has just seen and what he has just watched. Oh. Okay, we're backstage with Drew. Oh, here's Ilja. Let's get one thing straight. Tonight, I'm going to beat Sami. Yeah, Drew's not bothered. Ilja's giving him like a speech, and you can see Drew's just like, oh, Drew says, I didn't knock out Jacob's teeth. Did he just say, I didn't knock out Jacob's teeth? But I'll sure as hell knock out yours. Ooh, perhaps Jacob believes it to be Drew. That doesn't make Jacob look very good, though, does it? If he believes it to be Drew, but he doesn't actually have any evidence. Jacob, you've got evidence, haven't you, buds? Jacob, you do know. You do know who did this, don't you? I mean, you haven't just randomly selected someone in your brain, have you, Jacob? I mean, of course, he could be lying. He could be a liar. He could be a liar. Triple H loves a whodunit. Well, Jacob certainly didn't seem like he was any doubt last week, and he didn't seem like he was any doubt this week, but that's a very interesting comment from Drew. Anthony said PWN are reporting Brock Roman is the plan for Mania. PWN. Oh, well, I'm not down for that. I don't need that in my life. Well, perhaps, I mean, it would be one last time, wouldn't it? But we've seen that match so many times. Edward, I can't jump forward. It's live. I'm not behind. It's live, so I can't jump forwards. Aaron said, does anyone know, is there any tickets on sale yet for the SmackDown before Mania and the Raw after? Have you gone on to the website, WWE website? I mean, if you go on there, click on tickets, that's where I would go. And then it should list the shows and it should have active links when they're available. Daze, are you ready for the Book of Hobbs? Hobbs is coming to WWE. Yeah, I'm ready. I wouldn't have him on the main roster personally. I wonder if this goes back to the criticism that Triple H is not booking black wrestlers, male wrestlers. Don't know. I mean, for me, Hobbs is someone that I don't know what we've done with him in AEW. I don't know if he was used all the time. I don't know if he was ever present, but I sort of feel like it's not unfair to think he could come into NXT, help NXT for a little bit, because we've just lost a lot of talent. Work with him on anything that needs to be improved, and then get him ready for the main roster, and then get him up later this year. That's kind of how I would approach it. But streets are saying different. He had a few matches in 2025, in fairness to him. Just looking at Cage Match, perhaps they just feel like he's been quite active and they feel like he's just ready. I mean, look, being in AEW and working on a regular basis is, of course, as good as being in NXT and working on a regular basis. So perhaps they feel like he just doesn't need it. Last year, he had 36 AEW matches, which doesn't sound like many, but honestly, that's not bad. Because the person that worked the most matches in WWE was LA Knight, and he had 60 odd. So 36, it's not too bad, to be honest. Can't say that he's just been sat on the sidelines. So yeah, let's see. Let's see what he brings. I don't know. Here's the Wyatts. Solo. Where's Rowan? Okay. Didn't really say anything, really. Just like, we're going to bring that. We're going to bring it back. That comment from Drew backstage was so interesting, but actually a lot of the big news accounts are not picking up on it. They're not talking about it. People are more focused on him having an interaction with Ilja, but I think that comment was a big comment, unless I misheard it. So I'm just looking to see. Oh, there's Alexa. I don't think anyone's talking about it. Okay, Charlotte's back. It wasn't? Oh, I'm sick. It was... Do you know how many opportunities I've turned down because I've put the team first? There's a bit of drama here, isn't there? Have you got my back? Okay, here's Lash. Nia. They are teasing the breakup. They're doing well at kind of getting in their heads. This charade. Okay, so just a little confrontation with Charlotte, Lash, and Nia. Bum 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 bum. Right, is SmackDown going on now? It is going on now. It is now. Will Cody appear tonight? Apparently he's backstage. Drew mentioned that. I know you're backstage. So I believe we should see Cody at some point. You could actually make an argument that it's a pretty good idea to not have Cody out there with Drew. This is a British crowd. They're quite pro-Drew until he turned on them. And so Cody might not have come off the better with that. That's kind of why we were so interested when Drew was coming down, gauging the reaction, looking to see what the fans were saying. There's Cody fans there. So... yeah, I think there is a good chance we see Cody tonight, and it just seemed like they wanted to have a bit of distance. I think the other thing as well is that Drew's already commented about the fact that there's no rematch clause, so he's moving on. Blake said, I hope they'd cut down on ads during the matches for everyone in the US. Right, let's get our poll for that first match. It came out as good 92. Yeah, you lot weren't crazy about it. I don't blame you. Good 92. Right. Daze, when do we think what happened with the Wyatts? What do I think about that? I thought it was a bit flat. I mean, he didn't mention Bray. He didn't say anything about, we had a conversation, didn't we, about should Bray's essence be in the lantern? There was no reference to that. Should it be that it's Bray's lantern and I want it back? You've got my brother's item. There was no reference to that. It was just, it was just about the lantern, really. It guides us and whatever, and we're going to get it back. I mean, I didn't really think there was really any weight to it at all. The other thing, I don't know where Rowan was. It's again, there's still no backgrounds. They're still just in like a black void with a bit of smoke. I don't think it really did a great deal, honestly. I don't really feel like there's too much we can speculate about. They've got their lantern. They want it back. That's about as exciting as it got, really. So we are so far away from Nightbirds. We are so far away from Nightbirds. So, yeah. I guess the whole thing is more exciting when you're there. I know it was when I went, said Shining Wizards, but this has been a bit lame so far. Oh, I think it's always more exciting if you're there and you've got the energy of the crowd. I mean, a lot of WWE is aura farming. It's about entrances and actually, oh my God, here's Randy. I'm going to see Randy in person and, getting all excited. I mean, the crowd goes crazy when Jay does his entrance because they're there, they're experiencing something together, everyone's doing it. And, do you know what I mean? It's a good visual when you're being there. You feel like you're part of something. When you're sat at home, you're just like, oh my God, this again. So, yeah, they're drastically different. Okay, Julia in the ring. Here comes Charlotte. Da-na. Bow down to the queen. All hail the queen. She's coming out in her finery, actually. She's broken out a robe. Hell of a robe. She'd kind of moved a bit away from the robes, actually. This is interesting. She had sort of moved a little bit away from them, but now she's wearing one again. Here's Alexa. Oh, it's a tag match. I didn't realise. Tag match. Okay. So it's going to be the Allies of Convenience, Friends of Convenience, Charlexa, whatever you want to call them, taking on Julia and Kiana. Let's go. Alexa and Charlotte. I mean, in all fairness, Alexa and Charlotte are big names. Randy, Miz. I think Julia will go on to be a big name. I mean, if you did go to this show, you've seen Drew, you've seen Jacob, you've seen Randy, Miz, Alexa, Charlotte, Little Wyatt, sixth thing on screen. I mean, star power wise, you're not probably doing too bad. Okay. This is a match that no one asked for, said Shining Wizards. That is true. Somehow, Julia and Kiana have found their way getting sucked into this women's tag division. What is it? All you women just seem to be gravitating to this tag division now. I'm worried for some of you watching. You might wake up tomorrow and find you got a match book for next week. Every woman in the world seems to just be like drawn like a moth to a flame to the women's tag division. Slap coming in there by Alexa. Swing and a miss there by Kiana. And we are underway. This is an atrocious SmackDown, said Caesar. Well, I would say that it has not really got going yet. I would agree with that. I would be in agreement. Back elbow by Kiana. Kiana goes face first into the corner. Kiana jumps over Charlotte. Charlotte gets kicked in the face. She won't appreciate that. Super kick there by Charlotte. Down goes Kiana. Tag being made. In comes Alexa. Alexa. Okay, a little bit of teamwork going on. Chop coming in. Another shot coming in. All the women are in there. Drop kick by Julia. Okay, I think we're going to commercial break. Yeah, I mean, it's not mind-blowing stuff at the moment, but some of us have got to watch this twice as well. Is this the last show of the European Tour? No, I believe they're still doing stuff on Monday. Roman Reigns SCN said Alexa Charlotte breaking up actually might be a bad decision. They do work really well together. Right now. Over in the corner goes Alexa. She goes down. Oh, apparently Liv Morgan is teasing a bit of a streaming setup. She's bought herself a microphone and a camera. She's bought herself a few nice items, so looks like she's interested in doing some streaming. Very nice. Right now, we've got Julia pulling back on the nose, actually, of Alexa. So we are at commercial break. Shiningwood said, this is weird. They've always pulled out the stops with TV when they're touring. What's happening? Oh, I don't know, but the European tour last year was not very good. I mean, we did that on the road to WrestleMania, and it was flat. And we were quite critical of it. This is why I was so excited that we were getting it done in January. So, I don't know. I feel like the shows don't get too adventurous when we're on the road because I don't feel like you can do a great deal. You know, going around people's houses and all that kind of stuff. I don't even think Cody's got his bus, his coach, of course, because they're not going to bring that overseas. Nice suplex. Oh, referee was slightly distracted. Daze, I said earlier, they should involve Bray, but not in a way where it just messes with the legacy. But like Cody did with Dusty against Roman. Yeah, I think you can have a little thing in there. But we haven't really done anything with Bray. I think, as I said, the way I would go is I would say that was my brother's lantern. And I'm getting it back. And that would just have a little bit of, you know, it would reference Bray. It wouldn't go too far. It wouldn't be out of place. It wouldn't be disrespectful. I would do that, but we didn't even do that. There was no mention of Bray whatsoever. Julia going for the cover there on Alexa. Going back for the cover. The referee again distracted. Oh, my God. Julia having a word there. Joseph said, I didn't expect this to be great. It's just filler, really. The Rumble's in a few weeks. It's true. Right now, we've got Julia getting thrown in the corner. Oh, to the outsides. Right now, Alexa trying to get over, trying to make a tag. Kiana preventing her, grabbing the leg. Kick coming in there by Alexa. Tag mates. Charlotte coming in. Boom. Down goes Kiana. And again. Chop coming in. Julia is in. Julia came in and did nothing there. That was so weird. Julia just came in, ran over to Charlotte and sort of didn't do anything so she could get chopped. This is what we were talking about earlier about how it just seems so choreographed at times. Julia just got in the ring and did nothing. She ran over to Charlotte and went, it's like she glitched. It's like she legitimately glitched. Charlotte climbing up. Kiana down. Charlotte is perched. Kiana, big crossbody. I think Kiana's got a history of doing that, which is good. When someone's doing a crossbody, she sort of like jumps up to meet them. I don't really get the kayfabe reason why you do it, but it does make the connection look a lot nicer. Might be quite nice if they jumped up and it looked like they were going to throw a shot or something, but they never quite get it off and get murked. But, yeah, she just jumped up into that crossbody. It looked good. Julia is up. Kiana is smashing Charlotte down. Charlotte looking for a bit of a net breaker. Kiana goes down. Charlotte against the ropes. Spine buster. Kiana going over, making the tag. Julia coming in. Julia has got Charlotte in her sights. Knee to the side of the head. Going for the cover too. And Alexa makes the save. There wasn't too much pop on that save. She just sort of collided into Julia. Right now, Kiana with Alexa, pulling her out the ring. Julia with Charlotte. Julia, boot to the side of the heads. Another boot coming in. Kick's coming in there by Julia. Kick misses. Julia against the ropes. Big shot coming in. Julia chasing after. She collides into Charlotte. I don't even know what that was. It was like a kick, but it didn't quite look right. This match is really off. It's just the chemistry's not quite right, is it? The match ain't matching. Maybe a Sister Abigail will turn it around. Boom! Connects. 1, 2, 3. Well, it certainly fixed the problem. It ended the match. So it's a win. Let's go and get a poll, shall we? On the outside is Nia. Nia and Lash are getting in and attacking. Okay, so 2-on-1. I don't know where Alexa is. I thought I just saw her briefly on the outside of the ring. Okay, well, Nia and Lash pick the bones of what's left. Julia gets in the ring. Julia's having a words with Nia. Nia was like, okay, she's having more than a words. Julia's having to be held back here. Yeah, I mean, honestly. Up next, Cody. Yeah, this will be a big segment. This will be big. Let's see what Cody Rhodes has got to say. Let's see what Cody's got to say. I'm sure he's got plenty to say. Julia needs to get off TV. It's damage limitation at this point, says Feathers. I actually thought Julia there looked really hesitant in that match. Like, Julia is someone that can really work, and her work looks good, and we've seen great work out of her. Here, she just looked really not in the rhythm of the match. And I don't really know why. I don't know if someone's told her to tone it down a touch. Maybe she's a bit snug with a few things. I don't know. Just look like... Perhaps it's a style as well she's just really not used to. I'm not sure. I didn't think she looked very good in that match at all. Put her in a singles match, though, for the championship. She'll shine. She's fantastic. But, yeah, that was not a great example of, you know, if you're trying to convince someone that Julia's a great talent, I don't know that that's the match that you would want to show them. It happens. It is what it is. We're moving on. We've got Cody next, and this should be interesting, as we said. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Commercial break. It's horrible how they've mismanaged Julia's character, considering her international exposure before WWE. I know what I'm going to get for my birthday, but I don't know yet, though. I know what I'm getting, but I don't know yet. Keegan, shout out to you. Kiana's just rusty. They just don't give her matches, says the Beach Kevin. Wrong Alexa theme, said Hawkeye. Oh, I don't know. I didn't hear which one they played, to be honest. Maybe there was a bit of an error made. If there was, you might be the only one that noticed. Okay, we're 18 seconds, and we'll be back to the show. Cody Rhodes about to make his way out. In fact, we can even change this over. I'm quite looking forward to this, seeing what Cody's got to say. I think this needs to have a bit of fire to it. This can't be a blah, blah, blah type promo. It's all right for him to be hurting and disappointed, but there's got to be some intensity. There's got to be some fire. There's got to be something to this. Okay, WWE Collegiate Legacy Belts. Yeah, we didn't get the audio on that. Okay, here's Solo. He's got the lantern. You're right. Okay, Solo says that the Fireflies are in his possession. We're going to take back all the gods. Mate, this is so much better than what the Wyatts just did. Solo says that when he looks in the lantern, he can see all the Fireflies. And he says, he is going to be with me when I take out Damian Priest. Solo made more of a connection to Bray than Bo did. That was better. That was better than what we just had from the Wyatts. Here's Cody. Something, Cody Rhodes. Is he here? He is here. He's wearing a suit. Is he crying? No. He's not crying, not yet. Give him a moment. It won't take him long. Let's go. Cody Rhodes making his way down to the ring. Oh, he's turned around. He's going back. The American Nightmare. Cody Rhodes is meeting fans. Cody calling himself QB1 is no accident. Cody always wants the ball in his hands. Kinky. Kind of said, now that Randy won against The Miz, do we think Sami defeats Ilja, Damian defeats Solo, and Trick defeats Matt? I think that's probably the most likely outcome. I don't think Solo is getting it through his match. I would think the Wyatts would probably prevent it, unless they're going to get involved at Saturday night's main event during that Fatal 4-Way, but I don't think so. You could have Solo win tonight, though. I swear, it's another little moment that people aren't necessarily talking about. I thought that Solo Sikoa line talking about he is going to be with me looking up at the heavens was quite an impactful line, but not according to the internet. Okay, the fans are chanting for Cody. Cody Rhodes. That sounds a bit different. That's okay. It was becoming a... Cody said it, perhaps it was getting a bit episodic. Yeah, Drew McIntyre chants as Cody is in the ring. Had to know that this was going to happen, to be honest. You are in the UK. There's plenty of Scots that are going to have travelled down. There's work to be done here. There's some Cody chants. Ooh, boos to that. I wasn't just the company's champion, I was your champion, but that doesn't get a great reaction. Predictable. Or is Drew just that good? Well, not really. Cheated on the first fall. Jacob helped him with the third fall. Well, that guy's going viral, isn't he? There's no way that guy's not going... Mate, that might be peak WWE in 2026 right there with that guy. Kind of dancing around, clapping his... Okay, so is Cody talking about the Rumble? What culture gets mentioned? In a city that does deserve a WrestleMania, and that gets a big pop. We'll do this the old way then. Okay, Cody announces he's going to go in the Rumble. Cody announces he's going to go in the Rumble. Let's talk about Jacob Fatu. Little bit of fire in the promo now. Little bit of fire in the promo. All right, he's got a receipt for him. You've got the biggest receipt I've ever given out coming to you. Okay, so Cody is fired up. He's announced that he's going to go in the Rumble. He's announced he's got a receipt for Jacob. I think there was very much a message received for Cody. It's a message I think he had received already, though. And that is that the smart fans have very much moved past Cody. I'm gonna say something that might be a bit controversial, but I don't think it is controversial. WWE and Bruce Pritchard's have always said they listen to the fans. Those are the people that buy the tickets. They listen to the fans. And I think they've made a mistake, because I think the fans in the live arenas are not reflective of the fans that watch at home all the time. And we see this disparity. Live crowds love Cody. IWC struggles. And you needed to get ahead of the curve. If you're only listening to the live fans, you're not seeing the groundswell of what was actually happening. And now it's bit them in the backsides. Okay, we're backstage. Got Matt Cardona. I suppose what I'm saying is you should listen to the fans, but try listening to all of them. I'm back, says, I was going to say Zack Ryder. Okay, next match is... Oh, here we go. Yes. What that chick? What? Oh, it's loud. It's loud. Chick. What that trick? Yes. 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 The aura is undeniable. It was lemon pepper steppers sign. It was undeniable in NXT. But even I've been shocked how quickly it has translated. But that entrance, it's a massive entrance. It's great theme music, and we know how much theme music makes a difference. What that trick? What that trick? What that trick? What that trick? Yeah, just a reminder, he's been on the main roster like 3 weeks. And he's got an arena full of people singing along. Blimey now. That was loud. That was loud. That was noteworthy. That was great. What that chick? That chick. What that chick? Right, we need to end this poll. I want Cody to win the Rumble, says Keegan. Well, who knows what path we're going down. I'll be surprised if he does. There's not been any word of him winning it, but then we expected him to be champion going into Mania. So we are now going down some different roads. Some different Cody roads. Okay, when we come back from commercial break, it's going to be Trick Williams versus Matt Carbonara. Right. Cody winning the Rumble? No. Hell no. Straight up no, said Willow. Cara said, on Netflix, when it goes to a break, it's annoying me. Puppy Croc said, if you told me in 2024 that Matt Cardona would face Trick Williams in a world title qualifier, I would have laughed. Yeah, that is crazy, isn't it? That is crazy. I agree with you. This is not something I foresaw happening either. I agree. I agree about 100%. UK fans are better, says Monique. I think it's a cultural thing, honestly. I mean, in the UK, there's a big kind of football culture where you go to the game, support your team, chant, make noise. I don't know that that's quite the same when it comes to American sports. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But it's a big part of, like, if you go to the football, people are always shouting and, you know, getting their points across. There's big, loud crowd chants, and it's just part of the culture. So going to the wrestling and making your voice heard and chanting away and joining in, it's just second nature, really. And I think you see that all across Europe. I mean, we all saw how great France was. So, yeah. And the other thing as well is that WWE, you know, it's very US focused, isn't it? So, as it should be. So that means that a lot of those fans have been to wrestling shows loads of times. With like the UK and certainly Europe, certainly France, for example, and Germany and Belgium. You know, a lot of those fans might not have had as much opportunity. I feel like we're only now just really digging into Europe. Europe's always had some dates, but it's always just been bolted on whenever they've come over to the UK, really, to be honest. So, yeah, that probably helps. Peacemaker and Vigilante. Shout out to you, my friends. Daze, how you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. Hope you're well. Do we think Cody will sell his soul to The Rock because the fans are turning on him? I think the problem with that is that The Rock is not around very much. So we kind of saw John do it last year, and then we saw how underwhelming it was afterwards because The Rock's just not around. You know, if The Rock was able to be a bit of a presence, then, you know, maybe that's something we could explore. I think I would stay away from it because you can't really follow it up unless you've got some good creative, like The Rock can provide a few recorded videos. Perhaps you can reference The Rock. Cody, The Rock wants you to use this locker room. It's the best locker room in the arena. You know, and there's, you know, a buffet in there for you, whatever. I don't know. I mean, unless you're going to really get behind it, I wouldn't do it. I would point to last year as a reason why, because if you look at last year, one of the massive disappointments was that we just never followed up on that John Cena heel turn. We just never followed up with anything. I mean, it felt like it was going to be a new group, didn't it? It sort of felt like, I mean, do you remember all those conversations about how there's like, okay, so Cena is the second person in this group. Who's going to be the third? There was all this talk about like what the hand gesture and all that kind of stuff. All of that basically turned out to be nothing. There was a load of talk about, it felt like the forming of a super group, Travis Scott, and perhaps there was going to be some plans to kind of do some stuff because we know Travis was going to have a match. So perhaps there was going to be something there, but I don't know, it just fell apart, didn't it? I'm quite firm in saying I would not make Cody heel. I think it's lazy. I think that Cody has got his supporters. I think that Cody is someone that has got good reactions in the live arenas. I mean, certainly in America. And I think that there is a growing kind of anti-Cody movement, right? Online, because they perceive him to be a bit vanilla and a bit boring. I think what Drew said earlier was bang on. You know, the end of the vanilla Cody periods, you know, the Cody vanilla era is over. Well, I hope so. But it doesn't mean you have to now turn him heel. If that's the only trick that you've got up your sleeve, then you ain't got many tricks, have you? I sort of feel like the work that needs to be done is we need to make him a more exciting character. We need to give him better creative, but we need to give him a bit of an edge. And we need to kind of do that. And for me, just turning him heel is a little bit lazy. So, not the direction I would personally go. At the moment, it doesn't feel like the direction WWE are going to go. But if they try a few things and they don't work, it might be the direction that they're kind of left with, to be honest. Okay, drop kick by Matt Cardona, and we've gone to commercial break. Cody should get on the same page as CM Drunk and revive Straight Edge Society, said Joseph. We've still got a couple more qualifiers, said Robbie. The US Title Open Challenge left, yes. Yeah, we've still got 2 qualifiers. I think it's Damian solo, isn't it? That's one of them. And Ilja Sami is going to be a banger. And we do still have that US Open Challenge. Connor said, I think it's either Randy or Sami who could win that Fatal 4-Way at Saturday night's main event. Who would we prefer? Oh, I don't mind, to be honest. I don't think whoever it is going to win. I don't think they should win. I think Drew should get out of Royal Rumble as champion. So, it doesn't really matter to me. I mean, what I would say is if it's Sami, then that's just going to be another disappointment. So, yeah. If it's Randy, I don't think Randy's winning. I don't think Trick certainly ain't winning. I think it'd be good for Trick to win this, and then he can be in that Fatal 4-Way. But I don't expect him to win that 4-Way. So, yeah, I mean, look, Sami could win it, but I'd give him a next to no chance to actually get the belt at the Rumble. Brandon said, you need to give Cody a good heel. A hero is only as good as the villain, and the heels are very weak on SmackDown. The only great heel right now is Gunther, says Brandon. Brandon, I think that's an excellent point. I think it's an excellent point. The thing with Triple H, and again, we've had this conversation before, is the way that he books heels is very questionable to me. Like, he always wants his heels to have some sort of reason as to why they're doing what they're doing, which is okay. But when that reason is relatable, what you actually start to get is people siding with the heel. You know, Drew is angry because he keeps getting screwed over. Well, a lot of people go, yeah, that's true. I agree. He has constantly been screwed over. He does deserve better than what he's getting. So rather than Drew being a heel and, you know, going off on the fans and, you know, kind of being someone that we're all united against, what you actually do is you make him relatable, and then you split the crowds, and then that's obviously not a good thing for your babyface. So I think the way that Triple H books heels is very questionable. I think it's maybe born out of a bit of frustration from when he was a heel. He kind of felt it was a bit nonsensical, him doing stuff just because he's the heel, so I'm going to do this. Like, I can kind of understand where it comes from, but I don't think this is good for the business. I'm old school. I like my heels to be hated. I like my baby faces to be cheered. It is a problem if you've got a heel that's so good they are credible, like Gunther. You know, I really like Gunther because he's such a good heel that I really appreciate his skills. But yeah, I mean, really, it should be your heel is hated, your babyface is cheered. And I agree with you. I think Cody has really struggled creatively. And then when he finally did get some decent creative, it was in a feud against Drew that a lot of people agreed with his point of view. So, yeah, I think having Cody in a program against a heel, giving Cody a bit more of an edge, making him less vanilla, giving him some better creative, I feel like you're bang on. That would be a good way forward. The thing you've got, though, is that people are going to get it in their minds that he's got to be heel. They want him heel, and they won't be willing to accept anything else. You do run the risk of that, where people are just like, no, he's got to be heel. He's got to be. That's what I want. And if I don't get it, then everything else sucks. And if that grows, if that kind of idea grows, if that kind of thing happens, WWE are going to really struggle. So, yeah, I mean, the crazy thing is Cody's got plenty of support. I mean, we're in the UK. Of course Drew's going to have support here. Of course this is a pro-Drew crowd. You can't use this as an example of really anything other than Drew McIntyre is popular in the UK. Shock. So, but when we've been in America, Cody's always had great reactions from the live crowds, apart from whenever it's been a very smart crowds. And that's where he's tended to struggle because, yeah, online sentiment is very anti-Cody at the moment. But that's not a fair reflection of the wider picture, you know? The merch sales are great for Cody. You know, ratings, video views, everything's looking pretty good for Cody. But there is just this growing resentment because of how vanilla he's been. So there's definitely work to be done. We're all on the same page with that. It's just what the direction of that work looks like. Kick out there by Matt Cardona. I think it just makes me so angry that people were so like on board with him, and you know, we all had good feelings for him, and we all wanted him to finish his story, and we were all with him. I think I'm just angry at the fact they threw that away. And I'm angry at the fact that they really messed that up. So I suppose it's WWE creative I'm angry with. It's just a real shame to see where we are with him right now, considering it wasn't that long ago. Two years in a few months' time where he finished his story. Trick against the ropes. Collides into Matt Cardona. Cardona goes flying across the ring. But yeah, Brandon, really like that comment, but I agree with you. Brandon said, you can make Drew relatable and give him better booking with legit rather than shady wins. The heels all win without credibility right now. Well, I don't know that you should make him relatable. I'm going to disagree with that because I've just literally said I disagree with that. I think it's fine for him to win clean. I don't have a problem with that. But I think if you make him relatable and people see his point of view and agree with him, I mean, all of a sudden then you're not making him a heel. And as I said, I think that's a large part of the problem. You did the same with Kevin Owens. Trick Williams picks up the win here, by the way. He did the same with Kevin Owens, and we saw this exact same thing where there was people siding with Kevin because of what Kevin was saying. Hello. Kit Wilson. Kit Wilson's coming out. Okay, people are clapping along, smiling along with the theme song. Kit Wilson, people are chanting it. So, Trick Williams picks up the victory. Oh, Kit Wilson attacks Matt Cardona. So it looks like we're going straight into a feud with Matt Cardona and Kit Wilson. And then they hit the music again and the fans cheer. We've even got someone doing a bit of a fandango thing. Yeah, look. I think that could... Kit Wilson. I could see that becoming, or maybe a Kit Wilson. He does that in the entranceway. Kit Wilson. But I think fans were sort of, Kit Wilson. I could see this becoming a thing. Well, I mean, the theme's already over. There's no denying that. Right now we got Damian. Kit Wilson is a heel, but he's got catchy music. Are you against that too, says Mayor Pete. Well, I am in the sense of you've got... But I don't know where we're going with him in regards to if he's going to be a face or if he's going to be a heel. This music has got over, and so obviously we're in a weird situation, aren't we? We're in a weird situation where he's getting great pops, big reactions... for the music, and yeah, it's kind of babyface, isn't it? So it'll be interesting to see if they keep him a heel if this continues to go down the path that it's going down. This is better than Jay's Yeats, yeah, but it'll probably get tiresome. the more you hear it and the more it goes, I mean, it's going to have a shelf life. A feud between Brock and Rock would make The Rock a babyface again. Put that trip in during his entrance. Cowboy down, said Jesse. Jay said, has Jade Cargill been on the show? Her title reign has been booked like trash. No, not one defense yet. No, she's not. I don't think she's appeared yet. No. You can give heels shades of grey, but they need to be dark grey. Keegan said, if I had my choice, I'd be a face, but I've got heel intentions. Shining Wizard said, the way you get a heel over is to make him someone who is just out to hurt people. No friends, no mercy. They just want to destroy. He just wants to be champion. Yeah, it's an interesting conversation, honestly. It's an interesting conversation. I mean, I understand not everything is formulaic and goes in the exact same direction. You know, we like a bit of variety, but I mean, I think it's undeniable that this has hurt Cody. And it's allowed people to relate and sympathize with the heel. And I don't know, man, I just can't be convinced that's a good thing. Okay, we are at commercial break. The show has only been on for 90 minutes. It's felt way longer than that, says Robbie. Maggie said, I'm more of a face than a heel. But when I go heel, I go hard or I go home. I wonder where Rusev is, said Radiated Zombie. Don't know, but haven't seen him in a minute. Just seems like he hasn't really featured in recent plans. Oh, Kit Wilson's in the ring. Okay, let's see what Kit Wilson's got to say. You all need leadership. Crowd cheer when he says you all need me. Kit Wilson chants. Here's Jacob. Is there booze for Jacob? There's a few cheers here, Kit. I think there's booze for Jacob because he just took out Kit Wilson. Sent on there by Jacob. Jacob, why is Jacob taking out Kit Wilson? The hell's going on? Cody Rhodes called him out. He did nothing. Oh, but you want to take out Kit Wilson? Jacob wants the mic. Let's see what Jacob's got to say. You got something to say about me? You got something to say to me? Bring you out. You could have been out earlier, mate. Cody was out earlier. Oh, Cody's coming out. Cody's coming out. Cody Rhodes coming out. He's changed. He's got out of his suits. It's a nice shirt. It says London Nightmare. Cody in the ring. Cody and Jacob are going at it right now. Cody and Jacob. Shots coming in there by Jacob. He's driving Cody back to the corner. It's another weird one, isn't it? Because, I mean, like, Cody is now feuding with Jacob, and people love Jacob. I know he just attacked Kit Wilson and got some booze, but it's like, he's not an outright heel, is he? So it's another one that you're putting Cody into a feud with against someone that the crowd appreciate. Cody trying to get over at Jacob. And we go to commercial break. Well, there we go. I mean, it was exciting. It was exciting. So, Cody and Jacob throwing down. We're about halfway through SmackDown at the moment. Hello, Sydney. Shout out to you. Said, sorry I've not been around. I've been still dealing, moving. Oh, no worries, buds. You know we're always here. So, yeah, we're here live for this show. And we're also back later as we're going to revisit this episode later. But I think there's a few interesting talking points. I think the show, by and large, has been a little bit flat, but there's a couple of little things in there which I think have been interesting this week. Okay, we are at commercial. Bum, 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 bum. Who thought this would be the best time for an ad? Said Matthew. Wow, they've got so many they've got to fit in. Let's wrap this poll up, shall we, so we don't get too confused about things. More blooming adverts! Okay, 55, 32, 10, 3, goods, 97. Boom. Bring Cody down for a brawl with Fatu and then go to commercial. A wrestling fan said, do we think Tiffany returns at the Rumble? Yes. Apparently she is due back soon. Shining Wizard said, it's a great question for people that are here. Would you want to be a face or a heel? Oh, I'd want to be a heel. I'd want to be a heel. I think you got so much more freedom. You know, if you're a face, you got to watch your P's and your Q's. Do you know what I mean? Like, you got to be nice to everyone all the time. Stick around. Sign autographs. Pictures with the kids. I feel like you got to put a lot more work in as a face. A lot more work. As a heel, just go around telling everyone to F off. Great. Peacemaker, shout out to you. So I've been a fan since White Rabbit. Jesus loves you. God bless you, mates. Shout out to you, my friend. Thank you. I really appreciate the kind words. They're just showing us what happened before commercial break. Peacemaker and Vigilante, shout out to you, buds. I've subscribed to your channel. Appreciate the kind words, dude. Daze, did you hear Drew correctly earlier? Oh, to clarify, you did hear him correctly earlier. Okay, Robbie, thank you. Yeah, honestly, I mean, I'm following, several big accounts on X, and no one was mentioning that he said that. No one mentioned that line from, Wrestle Purists and all these kind of guys. I thought it was a pretty big deal. Right, wow, Cody Jacob. Cody Jacob has been made. So Cody Jacob made for Saturday night's main event. Oh, man, I don't know how you book that, to be honest. I think how you book it is you make it bloody. Here's Solo with the lantern. MFTs. Solo coming down. He's facing Damian. We know that the Wyatts are on this European tour. So I think there's a good chance that we could see the Wyatts involved here. breaking it. Oh. Da-na-na-na. Do we still see Paige making an appearance at the Rumble? I think there is a good chance for it. I don't know that I can say that it's like a certainty that it's going to happen, but I think there's a good chance of it. Okay, Solo making his way down with that lantern. Breaking it. Oh. Bow, 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 bow. This feels blasphemous, says Corey. Yeah, I mean, Corey is calling it a family heirloom. I mean, Bo didn't. Bo never said it was a family heirloom. Bo never made a reference to Bray. I mean, Solo has, and Corey Graves has. I wonder if there's actually a bit of reluctance from Bo to do that. Perhaps he doesn't feel comfortable doing that. I don't know. WWE seem comfortable doing it. Solo's doing all the mannerisms, blowing it out and all that stuff as well. Here's Damian. All rise. All rise, governor. All rise. Wyatt's getting their frequent flyer miles. First AAA and now Europe. That's true. That's true. They're getting some good points, aren't they? This should have been 5-on-1 handicap match, said JB. Someone better go get that lantern, said Metal Mama. Richest company has got a plastic prop. It bothers me. Yeah, I'm sure they could buy another. But it takes us back, doesn't it, to the whole friendship bracelet thing? It had to be that one. That was the one that the fan gave him. So even though it was like worth less than $1, it had sentimental value. I mean, I don't think much, because he never got given it that long before it got stolen from him. But, you know, that lantern might not be the most expensive lantern in the world, but it's got sentimental value. Plus also, Bray might be trapped inside it. We're not sure. Here's Damian. The Wyatts are getting boring. I want them to be more interesting, said Jack Burton. What were your thoughts on Cody's approach to this SmackDown, says Cardi. I feel a bit sorry for him because this is a very pro-Drew crowd. You're in London, you're in the UK. This might just be a show that you just write off, to be honest. We've moved him into a program with Jacob, and I mean, Jacob's got aura. Jacob is cool. Jacob was a face before he came back. I don't know where we are now with him, because obviously he's not been back. He only came back last week. But, I mean, it doesn't strike me as a great feud for Cody. It's another one where I think it's going to divide opinion. Well, I really liked that comment earlier. I mean, I really did agree with it. The comment that Brandon made about how put him in there with a really good villain, someone that people really don't like. You know, Gunther at the moment is getting a lot of heat. And so, you know, that would be a great opponent, but we haven't got many of those people. So it's, yeah, it's true. Where are all the monster heels? I feel like we said this last year. Do you remember last year we were sat here going, where's all the monster heels? Perhaps that's something else. Triple H is not very good at build. He's not very good at babyface title runs. Probably because he's not very good at building up monster heels that people really hate. Perhaps it should be Cody versus Logan. Right, we are underway with Solo Damian, by the way. even with how divisive Cody is at the moment, I can't imagine people would rather boo Cody than Logan, surely. Surely we're not at that level. I know things have took a turn for the worse, but surely it's not that bad. JC on the outsides. Oh my goodness. Let's go. Okay, we've gone to commercial break again. Hopefully all these commercial breaks are going to help me, though, because I've got to do the old stop-start nonsense, haven't I, later? Solo getting in the ring. Got to try and stay in sync later, and that's going to be a bit of a nightmare. Damian is down, headbutt there by Solo, and again. So we are at commercial break right now. Sami Ilja is going to be a banger, says Connor. Yes. Really looking forward to that. Solo on the outside with Damian. Damian getting smashed into the commentary table. Daze, did you see that TNA show on AMC? Cage Match have given it a 1.2. AEW got 9.7. I know you love Cage Match. Yeah, I do. But the point I make about Cage Match is that unless it's a PLE, you can't really use it for scores because the feedback is too low. So TNA did get a low score, and I'm sure it is going to be a low score. But we're looking at 79 feedbacks at the moment. So we're not dealing with the largest of sample sizes. I still feel, though, if that was to get to 250, it's still going to be a really low score. Whether it would be as low as 1.4, 1.5, or 3, or whatever, I don't know. But, yeah, at the moment, it's a pretty low sample size. And I don't need any reason to defend TNA. I don't watch them. But, yeah, I think Cage Match is more useful when it comes to PLEs, and you get, like, you know, you're talking hundreds of feedbacks. But regardless, I think there's enough there to say that it was not well received. Okay, we're back in 14 seconds. Sean said, Cage Match is a joke. Why do people take it seriously? It's a fan-driven site. Well, I mean, I feel like it gives you a snapshot. I wouldn't like say it's the gospel. I would just say it gives you a snapshot as to what fans are thinking. I think it works better for PLEs when you've got hundreds of votes rather than tens of votes. So I look at it. I reference it when it comes to the bigger shows. But yeah, again, you know, it's for me, the amount of feedbacks makes a big difference. I wish it was more used, honestly. I wish it had thousands of people voting on there. I think it'd just be interesting. Spinning heel kick there by Damian. All the MFTs are on the outside. I mean, loads of them. There's people everywhere. Look, people all around the ring as Damian is trying to make his way over to the ropes. We've got just over an hour to go. When we're done with this, we will do our post-show. We'll do it after this one. I'll just make sure that the thumbnail and the title are, you know, spoiler-free-ish. And then we'll be back and we'll do our second stream. Damian collided into Solo. These two exchanging shots. Kick coming in. Oh. These two exchanging blows. And again. Oh, swing and a miss. Another kick coming in by Damian. Boom. Oh. These two collide. Lovely kick there by Damian. Oh, super kick coming back by Solo. Damn, this back and forth, mate. Look at this. And again, boom. Solo going for a clothesline. Duck underneath there by Damian. Damian against the ropes. Down goes Solo. Some of the action on this is not that bad, you know. Some of this is all right. Damian collides into Solo against the ropes. Gets picked up on the shoulders. No joy. Oh. Nice. 1, 2. Thought he was going for a Uranagi, but he drove him face first instead. Damian getting a 2. Cage match used to be a way to finalize the storyline. It's been around like 50 plus years, says Joseph. Anthony said the rumor is Leon is going to accept the open challenge. Yeah, I am expecting that. I think the alternative, he needs to be careful of his watch there. I think the clasp is undone. Yeah, good. Do it up. Mate, your clasp is undone. Don't lose your watch, mate. You're out of there! The big man has been removed after getting involved. Damian on the feet, looking for a backslide. Right. Razor's Edge. 1, 2. Kick out by Solo. This match is carrying on. This match is carrying on. There was yells from the outside there. As the other MFTs are still at ringside. Straps have come down. He's got his arms in the... Oh. Tonga lowers up. He goes down. Damian turns around. Samoan Spike doesn't connect. Big Uranagi there by Solo. Solo to the outside. He's looking to go up. The big man. Oh, that's great. Lovely splash. Oh, God. When you hit a move so crisp like that, it is a little frustrating when it doesn't get the finish. That was crisp. Ooh. Here come the Wyatts. Here come the Wyatts. Ah, the Wyatts are coming. The arena's gone black. We just had a little thing on screen. There they are. Is Rowan with them? No, still no Rowan. What's going on with Rowan? How do these boomers not know that they're standing behind them? Jesus, surely they can hear them and sense them. Have they lost their senses? I feel like I would know if I had the flipping Wyatt 6 standing right behind me. Okay, we got the Wyatt 6 there going after the MFTs. Well, except for Rowan. There is Howdy with JC. Threw him into... there's the lantern. It's coming home. Coming home. Tell the world it's coming home. Oh, no. Solo's got it. Solo's got it. It's not coming home. Solo has got the lantern. He gives it a kiss. Surely that's going to provide an opening for Damian. Boom. Drives him down. Probably going to win. 2, 3. There we go. Well, I think we knew how it was going to go. We knew what was going to happen, and what we knew was going to happen ended up happening, and that's where we are. Damian Priest gets the win thanks to the Wyatts. And, you know, some skill on his part. All right. I'm just popping in, said Trini, to say hello. I don't have any electricity till 9 p.m. Trini, hello, my friend. Shout out to you. I hope you're well. Hope you're having a lovely day. I'll be back later with Smackdown. We'll be doing our second stream. Oh, he's getting in the ring. Is he going to get the lantern back? I think he's got it back already. I mean, He only lost it for a week. He only lost it for a week. Oh, no. Oh, God. Big boot by Tala. Oh, God. He's lost it again. Oh, Jesus. Tala's got it back again now. Oh, God. We need Lantern on a pole match. That's what we need. Lantern on a pole match. Oh, God. He had it and then he lost it again. Jesus Christ. I think that's twice. That's twice he had it in his hands. And then he lost it again. What he needed to do was grab it and run. What he didn't need to do was grab it and go, ah, ah, ah. He should have grabbed it and he should have got out of there. Here's Sami. You hoped I was going to win, but you thought Cody was going to win. I did want you to win. Here's what's going to happen. That's really inspiring. I've beaten you 11 times. You've beaten me 0. Sami says, we'll see. I've beaten you 11 times. You've beaten me 0. There we go. Sami, Ilja. That is maybe our main event. Maybe. It's my main event. Okay, tonight, Jordynne Grace, Chelsea Green. Did we know about this? I didn't know about this. I feel like I might have known about this. Jordynne Grace, Chelsea Green coming up. It's time for him. Here comes him. Okay. Is this going to be Leon Slater? I think so. It's him. Sami, Ilja is banger after banger after banger after banger. Okay, Carmelo making his way down to the ring. I'll put Leon. And then if it's not, I'll change it. But Leon wasn't at the TNA thing last night. We've already seen Kit Wilson. I mean, go on. You know what I mean? Come on. Monday, Belfast. Oh, yeah. Finn Balor gets a shot at CM Punk. That'll be good. That'll be good. Bum, 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 bum. Right. It's definitely Leon, but it should be a good match, says Ryan. Did you see? I swear I saw a sign of you, says JM, but I did not see. No. If there was, I would definitely want to acknowledge that. But no, I didn't. I was doing a poll, to be honest. Imagine it's Jericho and it swerves us all, said hello, Sydney. Hello, mates, says Kappa. When did SmackDown start? Yeah, it started 2 hours ago. So I would say you can either join us for the final hour, or we'll be back later, and we'll be doing another watch along for it. It doesn't air in US until its usual time because it's on USA Network. The crowd popped when there was a What Culture mention, says Robbie. Chris said, I forgot about Leon. I was hoping Pete Dunne. Do WWE know Northern Ireland and Ireland are two different countries? Yes. I just don't think they are too worried about it because of the fact that it is going to have a lot of Irish people traveling, obviously, over the border to go to Northern Ireland to see Becky. It's the same island, and it's quite political, obviously. There was a lot of troubles. It's a situation where we're all a bit nervous around it all. So I think WWE are just, they're not doing Ireland. So they're sort of, and they know that Becky's going to have great support. So yeah, they're aware. They've been coming over long enough to know. I was a diehard WCPW fan. I thought Cody was amazing. As Internet Champ says, hello, Sydney. Connor, hello. Benny, hello. I heard rumors that Saudi want a big YouTube star to be in the Rumble. And it was going to be you, but plans were scrapped. Good. I am more interested in streaming. Daze, do you think that they should have taken NXT on tour with them? I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. I sort of feel like if WWE are over, that's going to take the spotlight. I don't know that I would bring NXT over at the same time. I think it should come over, but perhaps it's better if it comes over and stands on its own 2 feet. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure the same time would have been the right way forwards. They're just talking about Becky and Seth. We're just looking. They were making out backstage. That's not very professional. Okay, WWE Unreal. It looks like we're going to dig into Becky and Seth. We know that Seth and the ruse of the century is going to be a big, big focus. Okay. Mellow chants. Here we go. Surely it's Leon. It is Leon! It's going to be a lot of people that aren't going to know this guy. This is a TNA talent. He's from the UK. I don't think he's ever appeared on the main roster. Certainly if you watch TNA or you watch NXT, then you'll be familiar with him. He is the current X Division champion. Of course, he wasn't on that TNA show. And there was big rumors. The reason for it was because he was going to be used on the European tour. Well, here he is. And this guy can cook. Oh. It's nice. I had a nice reaction for him there, though. I mean, I do think there's going to be quite a smart element to this crowd. Okay, so here he comes. He's come out with that TNA Championship. It's going to be great for TNA. Great exposure for them. But look at this. Leon Slater in Wembley Arena. I love his music as well, actually. He's got sick music. Carmelo applauding away. I would imagine this will be a win for Carmelo. Of course, I'm not expecting a new champ here, but what an opportunity for Leon Slater. And for those that have not seen Leon Slater, you are about to be impressed. He's got such a bright future, and he's still so young as well. Leon Slater is about to fight on SmackDown for the United States Championship against Carmelo Hayes. What a crazy world. Here we go. We are underway. Carmelo, Leon Slater. Yeah, we got some Leon chants. Let's go. Let's go. Daze, he was on Saturday night's main event. Oh, was he? Do you know, I don't even remember. I think, to be honest with you, this is quite a smart crowd. I think there's quite a few people here that probably engage online quite a bit. Plus, because he's from the UK, I think there'll be a bit of a knowledge of him. So, not everyone's going to know him, though. There's a lot of people, a lot of kids that, you know, only tend to tune in for the big shows. So, if he was on Saturday night's main event, then... chop coming in. Then maybe those fans will know him from that. Over the top. Goes Carmelo. Is doing a bit of selling of the legs so far. Leon goes round, grabs that leg. Leon against the ropes. Big boot, Insguri, kick coming back. It was him and Javon against AJ, Dragon Lee. Yeah, I remember now. Don't think that match was very long, was it? Leon, over the top. Boom. What has happened so far? Oh, too much to go through, but I don't think it's a crazy show, though. Oh, big crossbody there by Leon. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Daze, my Wi-Fi has been trash for about an hour. What big stuff has happened? We're not going to recap the whole show. I mean, we've had, like, quite a few matches. There's been, like, a Cody segment. There's been a Drew segment. We've had Jacob on the show. I mean, we're back later to do a second watch-along. We're at commercial break right now. Joseph said, UK crowds are very smart. I'm glad that I stumbled on this a few months ago. Joseph, shout out to you, my friend. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, I agree. I think that because of the way that a lot of UK fans have to watch the show, a lot of people, you know, it's on in the middle of the night. So you kind of have to go out your way to watch it, or you have to try and avoid spoilers. And I think there's probably a little bit more interaction with social media as a result. There's a good chunk of fans that might not get a chance to watch the show each week, and so they watch highlights or they look to read reviews, and I think it's just naturally a little bit more a part of the game in the UK. So I agree with you. I mean, it's certainly not just being disrespectful to any other fans. I'm just trying to explain why I think I could agree with that. Nice chop there by Leon. Why haven't WWE said names for the Rumble? Oh, well, we've still got a good couple of weeks to go. So Cody has announced he's going to be in the Rumble. So you will see names announced for the Rumble. To be honest with you, I'm not desperate for them to do it, though. I think it's better where we have surprises, but you do need to announce that certain people are going to be at that event because, you know, people like Cody has got a large following. You kind of want to make it clear he's going to be there. And we know as hardcore fans he's going to be there, but you want kids to know and casuals to know that he's going to be there. I won't be shocked if Roman sort of announces beforehand that he's going to be there. And maybe Brock might do the same. We've still got a couple of weeks to go. Drop kick. 1, 2. Yeah, normally we have like a good chunk of them announced by now. Well, not by now, but we have a good chunk of them announced that they're going to be in the Rumble. What are they chanting? I can't make out what they're chanting at the moment, but Leon with Carmelo. What? Springboards, lands on his feet. Carmelo, Leon. Spanish fly off that middle rope. That was a sick spot, actually. That looked really good. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Yeah, this is awesome. Right as we come back from commercial break. Good timing. Okay, right now we've got Leon down. We've got Carmelo down. Carmelo going over, grabbing Leon, looking for a chop, delivers that chop. Crowd are very much invested in this. They did a great job during the commercial break of really getting the crowd invested in this one. As soon as we came back, there was "This is awesome" chants. Another big forearm shot there by Leon. Over against the ropes goes Carmelo. Carmelo with Leon. Middle of the ring. Ah, big boot. Big boot there by Leon. Leon charging round, trying to take that supporting leg away. Carmelo over. Lovely takedown by Carmelo. Great work. Oh, look at that. Into a cutter. 1, 2. Oh, shoulder up. Shoulder up. Carmelo Hayes. Balling. Oh, some lovely work. These open challenges have been so good. It's the one thing on the show you can really rely on to satisfy. Right now, oh, double knee. No, it goes down. Leon grabbing the leg. He's trying to turn him over. He's looking for a single leg Boston. No joy. Inside cradle. Oh, Carmelo almost getting it. Lovely kick there by Leon. 2. Ah! So good. What an opportunity this is for Leon. What a showcase. So good. Melonhead said, Leon Slater, he's one of our own. Very proud. It's great, actually, to see wrestling from the UK in such good health. I mean, if you think about the limitations we've got where we don't have like a major company on TV, but yet we're still able to bring through, you know, Leon Slater, Ospreay, Zack Sabre Jr., Pete Dunne, Tyler Bates, Blake Monroe, Jamie Hayter. You know, I mean, like, there's a good list of UK talent. Oh, Leon down. 2, 1, 2. No, this is going back and forth. Oh. Leon gets up to his feet, charges over. Oh, my God! Brutal! Blimey now! I tell you what, if Carmelo hadn't kicked out of that, no one would have blamed him. Jesus! Just drove him on his head. Mate, if Carmelo has no idea where he is right now, I don't flip him, blame him. He goes to the outside. This is going to be a big spot for Leon. It's going to go straight over the turnbuckle. Mate, that spot is insane. Look at that. I still can't get over how he just drove Carmelo's head into the ring mat. Jesus. That moment as well, going straight over. I mean, I wonder if WWE are having a word with TNA, like, can we buy him out his contract? What do you need? Swanton crashes and burns. Oof. Leon. It's a great match, this, said Shining Wizards. It's really fun. We knew it was gonna be Carmelo grabbing a hold of his knee. Yeah, it is. It is mind-blowing stuff. Crowd are once again chanting, "This is awesome." Carmelo. It's over in the corner. Shots raining down there by Mello. Oh. Mello in the corner. Yeah, I tell you what, Mello's really... I don't know quite what we're going for. They're both up in the corner at the moment. Swinging net breaker. Is it going to be like a fisherman's suplex? I feel like it is. Oh! It was a cutter, actually. 1, 2, 3. It's right that finishes. That was a massive spot. It's right that's where it finishes. Really great match. I mean, it's not even a conversation, is it? What's the best match of this show has been so far? It's clearly that, and it's clearly that by a mile. Carmelo picks up the victory, but certainly Leon has delivered. Carmelo showing some respect to Leon. Carmelo holds up that championship. Yeah, people were saying that was PLE worthy. Carmelo Leon receives a standing ovation. Okay. Tama Tonga's having a word with Shinsuke. This is your one and only warning. Stay out of my way. Don't know what he's saying. It definitely feels like Shinsuke and Tama are on a collision course. Well, Shinsuke smiles. He's certainly happy about something. Ah, there's Johnny. And Candice. Here's Axiom. We're going to go do married stuff. Ooh. Oh, okay. Johnny and Nathan going one-on-one next week. That would be pretty sick. Okay. We had Nathan dressed as Axiom for a second there. It's a bit of a Spider-Man moment. They should have done the Spider-Man meme for a second then. That would have been good. Chelsea is coming out, and this show is running out of time. We got 40 minutes left, and we've still got to do Sami Zayn versus Ilja Dragunov. Dude. Carmelo, Leon. Oh, guys, they did do it. They did it backstage. 40 seconds ago. Why didn't they do that on the show? Axiom just posting that. They named a football club after this woman. Wrestle Features says Tamatonga has been teasing going after that US title for months. It's such a shame that there isn't like a weekly US title open challenge or something. Because the joke is, there is a weekly US Open challenge, and he never answers it. That's the joke. That's the joke. Right, we are at commercial break. And I feel like the show has been saved. It's been saved. The show has been saved. It has been salvaged. I feel like there are some talking points. I mean, look, it's not the level that we were at when we got like new world champions being crowned, but I think that last match has definitely given us a bright spot on the on this episode. Well, I say that. I haven't even seen your score yet. You might all have been down on it. Perhaps I'm sat here having really enjoyed it, and you lot are all going to be like, no, it sucked. I doubt it, but... pledge your allegiance to Chelsea Green. She's a hot mess. Who's she? I don't know who's she facing. Chelsea is taking on Jordan Grace, isn't she? Okay. Carmelo. We're going to have to get the score very soon. Carmelo against Leon. We're back in 40-odd seconds. Let's change the stuff at the bottom of the screen. Chelsea versus Jordan. I don't think this is a title match or anything. When Leon Slater signs, what show would we put him on? Depends, but I mean, I don't know how much longer there's left on his contract, so I don't know when he's going to sign. It could be that there's another good year or so, and who knows where the rosters will be at that point. My gut feeling, just as a gut, would be SmackDown. I'm just kind of a big fan of having like star power on Raw and then, you know, your hard workers on SmackDown. Kind of Monday is the razzle dazzle. Friday is the in-ring skills. Monday is your star power, your aura. Friday is your hard workers. So Friday is where I would naturally gravitate him towards, but who knows what the roster's going to look like by the time we... Plus, when we do sign him, I think there's every chance that he is going to go to NXT first. Another Obafemi advert. I am waiting for it to say coming next week, right? Or arriving at the Rumble. There's surely going to be a week where we get that. Is that this week? Obafemi. Here he is. Video package. Is this the week where it says next week? Here he is. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Obafemi. Ah, Jesus Christ. No. Ober is the new Via, said Wrestle Andy. Ober Femi. I'm thinking Rumble. I mean, they're building him and building him. There's Jade's. Jade's at ringside. Yeah, I'm thinking Rumble. Corey said, if I don't pledge allegiance for the rest of the night, it's only self-preservation. Like, Jade is literally right there in front of me right now. So, Corey, a bit intimidated by Jade. Here comes Jordan. Bow, bow, wow, wow. Bow, wow, wow. Wow, wow. Okay, Jordan Grace is making her way down to the ring. Bow, wow, wow. Ober versus Brock at WrestleMania would be awesome, says James. Do we think Ober will be more likely to end up on Raw? Yeah, rumors are he's heading to Raw. I've seen rumors on that. Jordan down to the ring, over in the corner, arms in the air. Okay, Jordan is in the ring. And we are underway with Chelsea and Jordan. I can tell you that last match, by the way, I don't think I told you the score was great 86. That's big. Big score. Big score. No messing around, mate. Chelsea goes against the ropes. Boom! Spinebuster! Jordan has got Chelsea looking for a suplex. She's got her up. Look at this. Look at this. She's got her up there. Ah. Slams it down. Yeah, that's good by Joe, actually. He said put a clock on it. Imagine if she started doing that. No joy. Over in the corner. Bang. Into that bottom turnbuckle goes Jordan. Ooh, nice kick there by Alba. Don't mess around with Alba. Alba's got some tricks up her sleeve. Jordan gets slammed down. She gets turned over one. No. No joy. One? Chelsea got a good reaction, by the way, when she came out. Chelsea saluting the crowd, smile on her face. Looking for a backslide. No, Chelsea going into the corner. And again. Backslide by Chelsea. Getting back up to her feet. Clothesline. Chelsea back up. Another clothesline. Chelsea duck underneath. Ooh, back elbow. Chelsea goes down. She's over by the corner. Bang. Forearm shot coming in there by John. I feel sorry for these two. That they're battling away after such an amazing match that we just had. I mean, this is always going to feel like a bit of a step down. Oh, lovely suplex, though, there by Jordan. That was great. Oh. And a bridge through 2, 3. She gets the win. Quite quickly. Well, there we go. I mean, she dealt with Chelsea a lot easier than I was expecting her to. I know. Well, okay. Look at that. Jordan had her ass right in Chelsea's face there. Right in her face. Okay, Jordan's going to say a few words. The champ's watching at ringside. I'm glad you came out to watch me. Ooh. It's important you know what's coming for you. Jade's like... Ugh. You should step into the ring right here, right now. Okay, Jade steps up. Chelsea's getting up in the background. Chelsea charging. Oh, collides into Jade's. Jade goes down. Chelsea just collides into Jade's. There could be some repercussions for that for Chelsea. The end result is Jordan holds up the championship. I kind of like, though, Jade having a few words with Chelsea after that and Chelsea being terrified. And that could be fun. Okay, Kathy is backstage with Trick Williams. Yeah, he's in that fatal four-way. All you bums, bobbleheads, and bootlickers. Trick Williams is money. What that Trick chants have broken out in the arena. Here's Damian. Damian seems to have a little bit of size over Trick here. Okay. Damian said, well, you're free on Friday. I'm free. Here's Ilja Dragunov. So I'm guessing it's main event time. Here he is, the Mad Dragon. Ilja Dragunov steps out. I feel like this show has not been an amazing show, but it has been a show that has really kept me engaged. Like, there's just always these little moments. They might not be massive, but they're just enough to keep me going. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's going somewhere. Oh, this is something. Sami, Ilja up next. You could go either way with this. I think Sami edges it. It's going to be close, though, isn't it? Oh, it's going to be fun. It's going to be close. It's going to be fun. Put me down for one of these. Isn't wrestling great? Isn't wrestling great? I mean, not always. But this match is going to be great. Let's end the poll for Chelsea and Jordan. Bang, 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 bang. 61, 15, 13, 11. Good 87. Good 87 for that last match. It was short. Right. Trick versus 3 babyfaces in Montreal 1 week from tomorrow is official after Solo's loss to Priest tonight, says Adam. Shining Wizard said maybe a swerve tonight. Well, I don't know what swerve we would get that's kind of left for us to get. I'm not sure. I think we're going to get a banger. And I think Sami gets the win. I'm guessing I can't see how else that would end, really. There's not... Well, there's 25 minutes, isn't there? I suppose there's a little bit of time. Are you watching AAA tomorrow? No. At the moment, no. Benny said, I was thinking they're going to have all 30 entrants as surprises. Oh, no, that won't happen. I think it's right that they make some announcements. But I mean, like, previous years, they've announced pretty much like 26 people. I'm sure we went into last year's Rumble with like a graphic, which when you counted it up, it was about 26 people. There was only like 4 spots left. I feel like that's overkill. I don't feel like we need to do that. But yeah, having some of those bigger names saying they're going to be in the Rumble, it's fine. Rumble is 2 weeks tomorrow, said Adam. It's getting close. Daze, we are live. Please do not swear. Thank you, my friend. It's always good to have a reminder. Okay, main event coming up. We have Sami versus Ilja. Please be a banger. Just be as good as we're hoping it's going to be. I'm sure it's going to be. Bum, 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 bum. How long we got left? We got 19 seconds, and then we're back from commercial break. Once we're done with this, we will do a breakdown. I won't do opinions until later tonight. I'm not going to have much time, to be honest. I'm going to do a breakdown. Then I'm going to grab a quick coffee, and then we're back for stream number 2. Okie dokie. Yeah, I don't think we're doing AAA tomorrow. I feel pretty good about doing the Royal Rumble 91 watch along on Sunday. I think probably what I'll do is just keep an eye on that AAA show. I don't think it's like a big deal. But I'm quite happy we've got a stream for the weekend, which is going to be Royal Rumble on Sunday. Royal Rumble 1991. I'll get that set up tomorrow. Right, just having a look at what's going down next week. Tag title match. Wyatt's against Mfts. Hey. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Trick Williams. Damian Priests. Let's go. I thought the Rumble was cancelled. With Cody confirming his spot, it's good to know it's still happening. No, it's still happening. Here's Sami. Oh. Let's go. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Bum, bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-da, ba-da, ba-dum. Sami. I love Ilja as well, though. Oh, God, I hate it when my favourites fight. Why can't everyone win? Love you, Sami. Love you, Ilja. Da-na-da-na-na. Sleaze Boy. Shout out to you, my friends. Love you, Sleaze Boy. Sleaze Boy said, my pick for 3 stages for Drew Cody would be a monster truck sumo match. Great memories. Let's go. As in WCW, a tuxedo match where you win by tickling until your opponent says uncle. Oh, I love that. So you have to, what? So what, you both wear tuxedos and it's not about getting the tuxedo off. It's about tickling them and getting them to say the word uncle. Why do they need the tuxedos? Why uncle? Love it. Love it. And an ambulance match where you get in and you spoon with a KO'd Aleister Black. Oh. Interesting. Is there enough room to spoon on one of those stretchers? They're not very wide. That's part of the challenge, isn't it? That is part of the challenge. Yeah, I would definitely be down for that, to be honest. That strikes me as a Kit Wilson match. I wouldn't necessarily expect Cody Drew in that kind of a contest, but I could see Kit Wilson in that kind of a contest. Kit Wilson versus The Miz. Book it. We should do that. Why don't we do a fun 3 stages of hell match that's got 3 fun stipulations? Sleaze boy, I'm into it. I'm into it. You've won me over. Please send your CV to WWE Creative. Right, we've got Ilja right now with... Oh, no, reverse. Sami going over against the ropes. Oh, look at this. Big boot coming in there by Ilja. Springboard leapfrog by Sami, jumping over Ilja, but Ilja getting the better of things. Ilja with Sami, Ilja in control, driving Sami into the corner. Big chop coming in there by Ilja. Ilja charging over, bang! Into Sami. Sami is, big boots to the side of the head. Sami goes down. Ilja is climbing up and diving knee there by Ilja. Yeah, it's relentless by Ilja at the moment. He's not giving Sami any room to breathe. He's going up. He's perched. Lands on his feet. Goes over. Kick coming in. Suplex. Oh, lovely work by Sami. 1, 2. No, kick out. 2. No, another kick out. I never get that. I never get, if you go for a pin and someone kicks out, why would you go for the pin again? I don't get the psychology of it. They've just managed to kick out. So clearly they've got enough about them to kick out at 2. Why would you go for the pin again and then go for the pin again? Chop coming in. Imagine how flat of a finish that would be. Someone kicks out for 2, you immediately go for the pin again, and then you get it. Could you imagine how flat that would be? Chop there by Sami. Robbie said, will we be doing a predictions video for the Rumble? Yes. Tend to do it the week before, so... To be honest, this weekend probably should be a predictions video for Saturday night's main event. The only problem is we ain't got that many matches announced for Saturday night's main event. So that does make it a little bit of an ish. Rusev Mashka says WWE Army. Poppy Croc said, I saw on one of those leaked Rumble lists, once again, should do a breakdown on member streams. Oh, they're everywhere. There's been several of those this year. I feel like everyone knows that that's like a thing. And so there's been lots of them out. Right now we got, to be honest, most of the ones I see are joke ones, though. Chop coming in there by Samuel Zayn. He's going up looking for a superplex. We're over in the corner. He's looking for this Crowder with him. Sami is up looking for the superplex. Ooh, boom! Big superplex there by Sami. That was huge. Sami grabbing the back of his neck as we go to commercial break. James, hello. The fever has gone. It's been the worst 3 days ever. I've barely ate anything. James, hello. Shout out to you. I heard you wasn't doing too good. Hope you're on the mend. Robbie said, are you going to ask the community for their thoughts and predictions? Yeah, we probably should. I think that would be good for a opinions video. We can do that. Spartan said, James, there must be something in the air. I'm feeling, hearing a few people have got fever. Yeah, it's that time of year, isn't it? It is doing the rounds at the moment. Sami is getting grabbed there by Ilja. Picked up. Oh, slam down. Ezra, hello. Shout out to you. Okay, we are at commercial break at the moment. We got 15 minutes left of this show. Only 15 minutes left. We are at the main event. Sami Zayn, Ilja Dragunov. As we said, we will be doing a breakdown. We will be doing our breakdown straight after this. New WrestleMania plans are reportedly in the works for Roman Reigns. Doesn't say what those plans are, but... Okay, shots coming in there by Sami. 1, 2... Shoulder up. Okay, at the moment, these two are keeping the pace quite slow. We are at commercial break, though. Sami just having a word with the referee there. Dragunov going over against the ropes. Crowd a little bit subdued at the moment, but you know they're going to pick it up as soon as we get back from commercial. Sami looking out at the crowds. Crowd are really quite quiet at the moment, yeah. Right now, trying to get over to the corner. Shot coming in there by Sami. And oh, there's blood. We got some blood. Sami is over against the ropes. Sami going to the outsides. He was awesome. Sami win is going to be good. Sami is climbing up. Is there any other matches? No. This'll be it. We've only got 13 minutes left to go, but there is blood. We are back from commercial break right now. Ilja climbing up. Look at that. It's quite a bit of blood on his face, actually. Shot coming into the back there by Sami. Sami looking out to the crowds. Sami goes over. Boom! Lovely! Powerbomb 2! Ilja kicks out. Ilja kicks out. Jordan said, I'm surprised that the crowd are quiet. Well, to be honest, I feel like these two have really slowed the pace down. There was really not much action during the commercial break. Actually, I'm a bit worried about Ilja's face, you know. Ilja's face is an absolute crimson mask. I think they've just actually wiped it, someone on the outsides. But there was considerable... Yeah, they have. There was considerable blood all over Ilja's face on that replay. Ilja on his feet, duck underneath, going over the other side. Oh, lovely! Big clothesline. Sami goes down. Sami turned upside down, inside out. The Mad Dragon is perched. Ah, big drop kick. 1, 2. Oh, really close. Really close. Big missile drop kick there by Ilja. These two are good, but it doesn't feel like main event caliber. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Leon match Carmelo was better than this. Let's see what they've got up their sleeve, though. We've still got 10 minutes to go. H-bomb. Big boot there by Sami. Ilja goes down. Sami going over against the ropes. Sami looking for an exploder. A couple of elbows coming in. Forearm shot. Oh, big boot there by Ilja. Sami goes back to the corner. Ilja over the other side. Coming in. Boom! Big clothesline. Sami in the corner is slumping down again. Ilja again over the other side. Connects again. I think he's going to go again this time. No, Haluva! Oh, well scouted by Ilja. Yeah, that was really good by Ilja. I'm really pleased he didn't fall for that. Ilja to the outsides. He's got Sami up on his shoulder. Back elbow coming in by Sami, and again. Sami goes down on his feet. Headbutt coming in there by Sami. Ilja backs away. Ilja, colliding into Sami. Sami goes down. Yeah, both of these guys on the outside. It's a real battle, this. Real battle. Jay said, I'm guessing something else is going to happen. There's still 10 minutes left. Well, I think it's just this, honestly. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if we went backstage for a very brief little quick thing at the very, very end. Oh, powerbomb there by Ilja. Ilja to the outside is climbing up. Oh, back of his head just got caught there by Sami's leg. Ilja selling it. An exploder in the corner. Sami going over the other side. Can he connect with a Haluva? He's charging in. Connects! Sami connects! 1, 2, 3. Wow! I really thought they were still going to keep going for another 5 minutes. Wow. Is it ending early tonight? Because it's live and... I thought I had another 5 minutes in it. Sami gets the win. Da 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 da. Let's get match scores. Oh, Trick Williams. Boom. Trick Williams lays out Sami. Bang! Sami gets laid out by Trick. Trick Williams just made a declaration. Looks like we're just wrapping it up early. Oh, well, that's going to be a nightmare later when I got to try and be in sync with everyone in it. Boo! Boo! So that means not only have we got all of these flipping commercial breaks and we've had loads later, they're going to add an extra 7 minutes worth of commercials. Boo! You suck. You suck. You suck. Right. It's a win for Sami. No surprise. I agree. Flat. I thought there was another 5 minutes, and I thought the match was going to pick up. I'm actually surprised that was as flat as what it was. It just never quite felt like it got going, which I am really surprised at when you consider the talent that those two possess. And we've seen them fight before, and it was great. Do we think the shows will get better, says Harmon? I think, yes. I think the shows will get better once we get past the Rumble, and certainly when we get past Elimination Chamber. But to be honest with you, I feel like this is going to be a pretty standard type show for, you know, going through February. The match was physical. Let's get physical. Exposing said people are getting sick of Sami. I don't know, to be honest with you. I feel like the crowd were with him. He had a great reaction. There was Sami chants. I just don't think the match was really as great as what we were looking for. Carmelo and Leon were... And the last match were the best. Both worked really well together in the ring, says Metal Mama. Yeah, for me, Carmelo Leon takes Match of the Night award. Well done to them. Congratulations. Main event was still fine. It's just, I don't know. Expectations were high for that one because, well, they should be. Because these two are capable of special things. And that match was good, but maybe not amazing. But it is what it is. Trick Williams lays out Sami, and our show comes to an end. Right. Is there any final thoughts that we need? We get your thoughts in for that match. I need to go and do the breakdown. I want to get that done, to be honest. Because that way, later, I can go straight into working on Unseen. So, I want to go and get that done. Do we think LA Knight will get a big push this year? Yeah, I mean, I think LA Knight will have a good year. I don't know what a big push means. I mean, I'm not expecting him to be the face of the company. But do I expect him to get, like, some world title opportunities? Potentially... back end of this year, maybe a run with the World Heavyweight Championship. There's no word that's happening at Mania, but yeah, I think later this year he's got a chance. There's a lot of support for LA Knight. I don't think WWE are unaware of that support, but yeah, I could see them pulling the trigger on that at some point this year. I think he'll be fine this year. If we have 7 matches tonight, promos and backstage segments in 3 hours, why can't we have more matches on a PLE, said Blasey. Well, I think it's because the matches tonight don't need to be any goods, and actually the scores would show they haven't been. You know, Chelsea Jordan got good 87. Trick Matt Cardona, good 97. Solo Damian, good 96. Alexa Charlotte against Julia Kiana, good 89. Randy Miz, good 92. It's quantity or quality, isn't it? I mean, had we have done 7 matches and they were all bangers, then maybe we could have a conversation. But actually, we've just done a load of matches, and the vast majority of them were not very good. So I think what WWE would much rather do is do a show that has got less matches that they can give time to and build and, you know, have people invested in, and hopefully have those matches really deliver. Whether they do deliver or not is obviously debatable, but I think that's the strategy, rather than just putting matches on and, you know, that way you've got to build them. You've got, you know, you don't want your show going too long, so each match is going to get less time. It's hard to cook when you've got less time. So it's, you know, it's one of those kind of conversations. I personally am not looking for 10, 11, 12 matches. I think that's too much. I do think 5 is maybe a bit too little. You know, the sweet spot might be like 6, 7. But yeah, it's the age-old debate as to how many matches is the right amount of matches for a PLE. I think the other thing as well now is that conversation might have changed and evolved a little bit because of the fact that you now have to pay for it in America. So the fact now that it's $29.99, that does kind of muddy the waters a little bit more. Now, I'm fortunate that for me, it's just all on Netflix. Do you know what I mean? So there's no extra cost. But in America, you now have to pay for that ESPN subscription. Do have to factor that in as well. So, yeah, it's one that we've had many conversations on. I'm sure we'll have many more conversations on it. Right, let's have a look, see how that main event was received. Bum, 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 bum. They proved 7 can work with Evolution last year, says Robbie. I'd take 7. Love the 6-7, said Placey. Let's go. Okay. Great. 47%. Good. 34%. All-time 12. Bad. 7. That came out. Oh, actually a bit higher than I was expecting. It came out as great 64. So Carmelo, Leon, great 86. Sami, Ilja, great 64. So you lot preferred Carmelo, Leon as well. But Sami, Ilja still getting plenty of love from you guys. So yeah, very good. Very good. Right. I'm going to run away and start working on the breakdown video. We'll get that going. I think it's scheduled to be up in like 9 minutes time. It might be. If I can get it going a bit before that, then I'll try and do that. As soon as I've done that breakdown video, I need to do the timestamps, the thumbnail, get it shared. As soon as I'm done that, I'm going to start the next stream. I might grab a coffee first, but yeah, so I'm going to go off and get that done. So a big, big thank you to everyone that joined us. I hope you got some up from this episode. Obviously, not as monumental as last week. It was never going to be. Last week, we had a 3 stages of hell match. We had the WWE Championship on the line. We didn't have anything like that this week. But we heard from Drew. We heard from Cody. We got some banger matches. We obviously figured out what that Fatal 4-Way at Saturday night's main event next weekend is going to be. We're going to be around for that as well. But still plenty to do before then. All the shows next week. But yeah, I mean, we'll be back in a bit for our second watch-along of SmackDown. So appreciate the support. Appreciate people joining us. Have a great evening if I don't see you again. Have a great weekend if I don't see you again. Maybe I'll see you Monday. Don't forget we are around Sunday. Perhaps I'll see you in a moment for the streams we're about to do. But yeah, appreciate it as always. And I'll see you again next time.